Oh, it worked. Hello, welcome back to the Alcove for part 2 of our Frozen Sick adventure.
Oh shit.
So, where we left off, the party had given the vial they had found of some unknown substance to Elro in hopes that maybe he can figure out what it is.
It's semen.
It might be.
I don't trust him.
And everybody has shacked up at the Jolly Dwarf for the night, and hoping that they will hear more in the morning about what's going on. So unless there was any last things people wanted to do in the evening, we'll just jump into the morning. Good?
Bunking it out with my boy.
All right.
Bunk bed style.
So you have a pretty uneventful night, other than probably some of you or all of you kind of in your own thoughts about what went down and what you discovered, and are you somehow infected? What's going on? But you make it through, you get a long rest, and in the morning you all slowly start to make your way down into the general area of the inn. Arl is already up bright and early, and he's cleaning everything up and getting chairs set up and getting ready for the day ahead. You don't see anybody else in there at the moment. It's a pretty quiet morning for the most part. But before long, you might start getting some breakfast or something. Elro does make his way back to the...
Where's my money?
Oh, right. So we got 100 gold. There's 5 of us.
So
That
50.
should be like 15.
50. 50.
No, I think if my math is correct, we should each get about 15 gold.
Your math doesn't check out.
No, I think your match checks out.
20 each?
20 each.
20.
You can keep my 20 if I can have a pearl worth 100.
I just so happen to
That's
have
the
one.
new name of
Best
the,
offer,
the
right?
adventure for the 100 gold.
You see how they're biting into every single coin just
Checking if it's real.
to be sure it's gold because
Yeah, because you can't see it.
you can't see.
I'm assuming they have different figures on them, right? They can feel. Like
He
the Queen of
prefers to bite.
England.
Yeah, see if it's real.
The Queen of England.
All right. Anything else? Nope.
Did we see anybody in the tavern?
No, it's pretty barren right now.
Where-
Other than Arl, he's
Is-
making dinner.
What's his name back? Irvin? He probably stayed
Irvin,
there.
you don't see them. Anywhere.
They're dead. They're
I'll
fine.
walk over to Earl and I'll ask him, is Irvin still staying here? Or is he just checking in?
Oh, well, Erlo was here a little bit earlier, and he was speaking with them. I think, perhaps you can talk to him when Erlo returns. He said he'd be back right about now, I think.
Apologies if we scared you yesterday. Well,
Oh.
it's not our intent. It's
No, that's okay.
That's pretty funny.
I just, it all sounded very serious, and it's not my forte, so I just tried to duck out as quick as possible. But I hope your
That's
stay
not
was well.
scared too. That's okay.
Where? Do you know a way out of town?
I believe there's a caravan that runs every now and then.
cost you 100 gold per
And there's boats that we take sometimes. I don't know when the next one is, though.
Okay, thank you.
The boats, they leave only to Isocross or other destinations as well?
I believe they go to other places, but there is a direct line that we take between here and the outpost in Isocross, I think. I don't have too many details here. I'm pretty locked in on this situation.
We won't keep you. Thank you.
If you need anything, let me know. And he goes back to getting ready for the day. Yeah, Elro does make his way back, walks in. I assume you guys are kind of all sitting at a table somewhere close by.
When you want to play a game of darts with me?
I feel like you might be too advanced for me. Based on what I saw at the...
I'll play.
Okay. Do you want to bet?
Yes.
What do you want to bet?
Well, I just came into 15 gold, so...
No, that's too much.
15 gold. Didn't we all get
5 gold. Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
We don't want to bet on who wins.
I'm not quite the betting man.
Ladies first.
Sure.
He can't see you pointing to him.
We're both just waiting
I will.
for-
I will position myself immediately next to you.
Oh yeah, you're blind.
I am
We're
blind.
playing darts. Okay.
That's why I said I've seen what this man can do.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Alright.
start.
How are we doing this?
Good question. I didn't think about that.
180!
Is it gonna be athletics?
No.
First of all, is there a dartboard?
there is now.
He's just gonna use a javelin.
Dex?
So we'll
I
just
think it's
do.
just an attack roll.
We'll just do it as 3 rolls. You can roll them all one after another, and we'll just say whoever scores the highest, which literally we're just gonna do. If it's above a 10, then you hit the dartboard and you hit points. The higher it is, the better. If it's below 10, you don't get any points.
My intention is to hit exactly where I hear the other dart hits.
Okay, sure.
So you want me to
Called
go
shots.
So it
No,
does-
essentially, like I don't know where I physically cannot see
Oh.
the board, but I
But
can
you're-
hear where
you're-
it hits.
Yeah, you get an idea of where
Yeah.
they're landing.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You're
I'll
gonna
go
Ted
first.
Lasso this,
It's
aren't
just
you?
a clean 20, just a D20.
Yeah.
No modifier.
No, we're not gonna. I don't want.
All
do
right,
that.
first one. Here we go. I missed.
Okay. Hits the side of just off the board.
Okay. Natural 20.
Oh my god.
Bullseye.
What?
100.
Yeah.
This is why I didn't.
I
want
start
to bet.
like.
I mean, you do see me rolling.
I just hit. I just hit. I got 10.
Okay, so you would be like what? There is like a 1 point thing, right? Which would be
Yeah.
like the
It's the bigger middle area.
it's the upper, the bigger
Yeah.
one, right? So yeah, right in there.
Fuck.
Don't aim for that.
10.
10. So
I hit your
you
dart.
fall like almost right beside hers.
Are you really blind?
Never ask a blind
That is very rude.
14.
Okay, so yeah, I'd say you get one of the maybe like a. I don't
What'd
know.
you get?
14.
You get like 8 or
A
something.
double 8.
So I've got 2 bullseyes, or 3 bullseyes. Your turn.
No, you did. 7. I miss.
All right, so that one misses. So bullseye would win
I think
out
he
of
still
this, but
wins.
Alright, here's your 7 gold. We'll double or nothing next time. though.
Much appreciated. Is it 3 darts? I thought it was 5.
3. We're just doing it as that for time's sake. Elro walks in. Not as he just looks like he's had a long night of figuring things out, a little bit weary. But he calls you all over. Please let's speak. I have some news. I spent the evening investigating and talking with some others in the Glassblades and those who live here, who have a good understanding of history in and amongst this area. I do believe that this is the frigid woe that you mentioned before and that others thought maybe that it might not actually be a rumor, but is a disease that comes from Isocross. In fact, we believe that it was created within Aeor, which is somewhat troubling as it is so old and very little known about it. But the books that we read through did mention that there may have been a cure made at the same time that it was produced, that they would have created this with the cure in mind already, should any one of their people have fallen ill to it by mistake. All we know is that it is a milky substance, a milky liquid. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I bet it is.
and that you would find it within golden vials.
Golden vials.
Some sort of pearl jet.
These vials golden.
Yes. The vials are made of gold, and the
I thought you
liquid
said
is
it's blue.
no. That's the disease. The disease
is
is
the
blue.
antidote.
The antidote. Yes.
What was that?
As far as we're aware, this is the only cure.
Is the disease contagious?
I believe that you can only get sick if you come in contact with the spores of the disease, and these vials that were passed around here harbored some of those within them, and I believe the crack on it was enough to release some of those just on the surface of the bottle. So if anybody was to touch the bottle without any gloves, then it
So their family.
on that.
They're dead.
I came this morning to speak with them. Irvin's husband started exhibiting small amounts of blue veins on his skin.
Oh.
Damn it.
We believe that potentially all of them have been inflicted with this. Though they aren't all showing symptoms yet, we think it's a matter of time. But if there is a cure, we think that it can potentially be found by retracing where Ergen went and where he found these vials of this disease.
In Isopros?
Correct. We have an outpost over in Foren called Srinlia.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a boat that travels between here and there, and the next departure is tomorrow morning. I know this is a big ask for all of you, but at this point I have no other options. I'm hoping that you will be willing to continue on this endeavor and see if you can find the cure. I will get you passage out of here into Serinlia. And I will pay 200 gold that you may divvy amongst yourself for this. And should there be anything else you find, then that is yours, obviously.
Do you know where this Ergin went?
I do not know the specifics, but there are some folks in Serinlia who knew him. I think they might be able to help you.
So we do go on this little venture.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an easier way for us to contact you?
Beyond normal means, that would take time. I do have a contact in Serinlia. They have the means by which to teleport items between that outpost and here. Should you find the cure, seek this individual out and inform him that these must be sent to me, and I will take care of distributing it to the afflicted.
What's his name?
Their name is simply the buyer.
Simply, comma, the buyer?
No, they go by the buyer.
And where do we find them? In
Serinlia. It's a very small outpost. When they greet you on the other side, they will show you.
How do you spell syringe?
Syrinlya.
Syringeria. Well, I ventured this way to help this town. It seems like I've found, for the most part, at least I think I found, what I'm here to help. So I will travel to Syringlia and beyond to find an antidote.
I appreciate that. There is, as I mentioned, there are folks there who have traveled with him before. Specifically, one that I know of is Orvo. I believe he's traveled frequently with Ergen. Perhaps he knows or was there. if you do find the cure, I should mention, if any of you are afflicted or start showing any symptoms, please use the cure for yourself before sending it here. I would not ask for you to sacrifice your lives to
Is there
save
any
Tianzi.
information on how much we're supposed to take?
As much as you can find.
Like, if we find it and I get inflicted, I take all of it?
I would assume it is of one vial should suffice, but again, we're dealing with things here so long ago that
Is there any way to replicate it if we were to get it?
we'll have to find out. I wouldn't know until we
You
see
could
it.
do the polar vortex chain reaction and make the boba.
The what? The what?
I will also mention, for those who are not familiar with the area, Islecross is a treacherous land of ice and snow. You want to make sure that you are prepared for going out there. Make sure you have warm clothing, rations, any equipment you might need. It will not be easy, and I understand how much I'm asking.
Is there a shop in town here that we could stop by to stock up on some supplies?
Yes, there are various places around. You'd be familiar with some of the, like, somebody who kind of works with, like, clothing, and people who work on just various types of equipment that you could probably go to. I'll let them know if you are going to accept this, that they can help you before you depart. Feel free to take the day to gather whatever you need for the trip. Would be tomorrow morning.
Are there means of transportation there? Sleds? Whoops.
You'll have to communicate with them there and see if there can be arrangement.
Well, you wanted a way out of here. It's a way out of here.
Not good.
You seem to be up for the adventure. You ready for your second village, town? What is Islecross again?
Alcove.
Islecross is like a continent, but
You ready for a whole new continent?
Certainly willing to give it a try. I can't help but think that Arathis put me in a group for a reason. After all, groups are good.
that's the one.
You don't have a negative ounce of blood in your body, do you?
Everything happens for a reason.
I like that. What about you two? This is your home. Are you ready to leave it behind for a little bit?
Yeah. It means
That was easy. Okay,
Sure.
cool. What about you?
Yes.
Man, this is an easy
Hesitation.
group to please.
I do think we should require warm clothes.
Yes, I did not
cold.
bring much on this journey.
I'm dressed fairly warmly and I'm usually fine in the cold, but
My penis is retracted inside my body.
Islecross is cold on a whole separate level.
Yep.
I have furs and stuff already, but I do want to try to find
I just need like
a shield.
Can you use shields?
You can, but you can't use a battle axe with it.
Oh, owned. You'd have to use like a stupid hand axe.
Never mind.
The other thing that I do want to mention, should you take this trip tomorrow, the ship you are looking for is the Remoraz. I'll make sure that they're aware of you going there. Make sure that passage is already taken care of. And just to let you know, it will take approximately 9 days on sea to reach
Whoa.
the outpost. We already saw what this did to Ergen over the last couple of months, so understand that
Time is of the essence.
time is of the essence. And we're already going to be eating a week into this just by traveling out there. But we have no other options.
We should get things prepared. Thank you for helping with this.
No, thank you.
Hopefully you didn't, or any of your associates were in contact with this.
We all tried to be
Frigid
extra careful,
woe.
but we won't know until theoretically it starts to exhibit. I will be around town. If you need anything else on the day, I would say take time to gather whatever it is you need, and good luck on your journey tomorrow.
Before he leaves, I will catch up with him one-on-one and say, in case you heard anybody coming looking for me, my price for helping is you denying that you've heard from me or you seen me at all.
I understand. Discretion is key.
I will also, before he leaves, just be like, can I just have the money up front because I'm not intending to come back?
I will
You
make
can pay the rest of them when needed. But
Do you have cash out?
I will transport the money from.
Give it to the ship.
The buyer.
Just put it on the ship. I'll pick it up from there tomorrow.
Sure.
It doesn't have to be. I'm not intending to come back here with the antidote.
That's perfectly okay. But I hope you also understand I'm not willing to just
I understand.
give gold away.
You
to
can give the
someone.
rest of them their money afterwards. So they will be back here, but I'm not.
Sure. I will inform
I
the.
promise to see this through to the end. I might have been exposed to the thing myself, and I wouldn't want to turn into an icy statue. You can trust that at least.
Yes. Well, thank you. I'll make sure the money is traveled alongside you. Anything else before Elro departs?
Just real quick, any potions you can help us out with?
Ask. There's a alchemy shop that just has like random things. I'll let them know you're stopping by and see if they're able to help you with anything. I will also mention that we are a fairly small village here, so our supplies are fairly limited, but we'll make sure we
If
give
they
you what
have
you
like
can.
a legendary staff or anything,
Oh, they have one of those? Yeah.
that'd be helpful.
Yeah. So they'll.
Preferably Elmir's staff. Getting rid of them is for the great one.
He makes his way out. He kind of says, "Thank you, Arl," and makes his way out and heads back down to whatever other business he has.
Shopping. I just
So
want a cloak. That's all.
yeah, so we're not gonna
Expediency.
RP through every single shop that you guys go
Yeah.
to. Just let me know specific things you're looking for. I'll let you know if you find it or not, and then we can. If there's anything else you want to do before we jump to the ship, let me know. And,
Do you know Jon Snow's big furry coat?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Absolutely, you can definitely find.
How much?
No, they've covered it within means. But yeah, a large like kind of like fur coat thing.
Teeth.
Well,
Healing potion.
cloak, I guess.
Yeah. It
So
might not be.
yeah, so you
reasonable.
go to the one kind of alchemy shop. They inform you that Elro had said if you could help out in any way. They say unfortunately they don't have too many things here that can help with that. That there's like enough for like an entire party, but
Sure.
they did have one. They found a single healing potion that they can give to you.
What about any other potions, like invisibility?
No, the village is too small. Their supplies are too limited. They don't have a lot of magical means for that kind of stuff.
Okay. Is this greater or just regular?
Just regular.
Okay.
Perhaps the weak wizard should
You
have
can,
the
you can
potion.
go around. I don't really care about having a potion. To be honest.
Okay, he wants to die.
I probably will die. That's expected.
I can carry it and then give it to whoever needs it.
You don't know. No.
I don't think there's anything
I'm
that I
ready to
would
get on
want.
that.
There's a couple of things I want to do. First up, get like warmer clothes.
Sure.
Mostly just for like going outside in the cold.
Yep.
Like, I'm already fairly bundled up, but just anything that I would need to do, like, to prevent.
For
cold.
sure. Yeah, there's a lot of like they do a lot of skinning and leatherworking and stuff here, out where they are with all the hunting that they do. So it's really easy to find a place that's just selling furs and
Yeah,
leathers
just
and
maybe
stuff.
like a thicker fur to just wrap around.
Yep,
like,
absolutely. That's
stuff
easy
like
to
that.
find. And Elro pretty much informed all the major like artisans of this place that hey, if these folks come by, give them like help them out, and we'll cover the cost.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you can keep going. I have a longer list. I just want to go through them.
I'm just wondering if there's any like boots that help you get through difficult terrain.
No.
I want to see if I can get some thieves' tools.
Yeah, you should be. Yep, you should be able to find that pretty easily.
Okay. Do I need to buy them or just they're in stock?
Yes.
Okay. How much are they?
26.
I have no idea. Do these sheets of paper tell me?
It might,
real quick.
might be on there. It shouldn't be that much. It should be like
D&D Beyond.
it's either 10 to 20 gold or it's 100 gold.
25.
25 gold
Okay,
pieces.
that's a lot.
I have these two I can share with you, but I was planning on doing it on the boat, so let's just
Okay.
skip that narrative thing
I'll
after.
buy these still.
Okay.
Third, I wanted to check if I could figure out where the 3 fuckers who were at the who we captured.
Oh,
Like what
yeah.
happened with them.
They.
Just to follow up on loose ends because they've seen my face.
Yep. I mean, it depends on how you go about finding it, but essentially they're held up at the Glassblade office.
Okay.
They're basically just locked up there right now. There's plans to potentially send them to Uthadern for
That's your home.
follow up.
Okay. And lastly, I wanted to go visit Toby.
Tulgi?
Yes.
Sure.
I wanted to check in on her, see what was happening, see what she was up to.
Okay.
See how she was feeling. Tell her about everything that had happened.
Okay.
Catch her up on it. If you want to do the scene, we can. It's up to you.
I think we'll keep it going. Pretty much she is very much like she was before. She doesn't really want to talk too much. She doesn't really like people being inside her house. She's kind of like, why are you here telling me these things? Great.
I want to try and figure out from her if there's any chance that people from Shady Creek Run would be coming here anytime soon.
Just in general?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it depends on how you
Her
phrase
contacts
it.
and those guys who they do business
So,
with.
yeah.
Will they be coming here anytime soon?
What you gather without kind of arising too much suspicion to yourself is that Halil deals with a lot of the transport between the goods here and at Shady Creek Run. They normally have those few people who work with them. They'll just do they'll kind of get on a caravan that's going between Palebank and there if there is any. Otherwise, they'll just do their own. And they've been here now for a couple of years, so they haven't been back, and most of the time they don't send anybody here. Halil and Tulgi were basically the ones sent here to kind of head up this area, specifically because of the boats that come and go from Isocross. There might be things coming and going here, so they just set up a small thing here. This is Palebank, for the most part, is not on the radar of pretty much anyone from Shady Creek that you're aware of.
And lastly, I would want to check if she has any sort of drugs that she's willing to part with, because I'm going to be spending 9 days on a ship doing
Make
I'm looking forward to
make
it.
a persuasion check to I want you to actually roll to see if you can...
I'm willing to buy from her.
Oh, what specifically are you looking what kind of things are you
Uppers,
looking for?
downers.
Yeah.
Rock the cane.
Something to help me calm down. Because those are things that he has taken in the past, particularly in Shady Creek, to help him relax.
Something mellow out.
Yes.
I'm sure she has some of those, so yeah. You can very easily pay. Yeah.
I will spend how much money do you want me to spend? For it?
25.
I don't know what Toby wants. I don't know.
How much are the
Honestly,
good drugs you want for these
these
days?
aren't the good drugs.
Oh.
These are not the good drugs.
Honestly, probably just
damn, I'm
a
stupid.
few gold maybe
Okay.
to
I'll give her 5.
sure.
This is the Critical Role versus Old Toby.
I also already have the strange powder pouches that I picked up from somewhere, but
Oh yeah, that was at Palp's Curiosities. There was little containers of
yeah.
Drugs.
powder.
Yeah, give the cocaine to the happy fellow
Cocaine, yeah.
over there.
All right, Chrysanthemum.
Nice warm cloak, though I would have offered to pay extra to make it nicer.
They don't really know what you mean.
Can you shampoo the fur? Just wanted to make sure that it looks its best.
Basically, we don't do that here.
Okay. That's fine. Other thing is, on hearing that the criminals are being sent to Uthadern, I'm just going to write a long letter to my parents and ask them to pass it along to them when they reach the city.
Perfect.
Wait. You're
Yeah.
you're addressing a letter to your parents to then give to the criminals?
No. For the glass blades, once they
Yeah.
get there, to hand
To
off
the
to my
parents.
parents.
I see.
A missive with all of my exploits
I see.
and
I
my
see.
apprehending of these criminals.
Yeah, you did a good job.
They accept it, though you're not entirely sure if they know exactly what they're going to do with it.
I trust them.
Yeah.
Is this like a family newsletter type?
The Adventures of
Mother.
the Fifth.
Anything else that you're looking for?
That's it.
All right, and then
Just
you
the
were
cloak. Yeah.
pretty much okay. Cool.
Yeah, it's just assuming they're gonna cloak as well as
Yeah.
some arm cloaks.
Sweet. So yeah, this all takes place over the afternoon. Just kind of everybody going and getting their own stuff. Was there anything else that you wanted?
I mean, I would have like I'm good in terms of stuff. I would have just gone to see my mom.
Oh, okay.
You didn't think to mention that to us?
Did
That you had a mom?
We just met.
You just met your mother?
She met her mother.
Families are complicated.
I don't know if there's anything specific that you wanted to.
No, just
Okay.
going.
Okay. So you have a nice afternoon with your mother in town as you let her know what's going
Wait, did
on.
you stay at the inn with us, or do you stay with your?
Stayed at the end.
Okay,
Didn't
cool.
want to be left out.
Sure, I like it.
Everybody else goes and kind of gathers some stuff for the day. Some of it, they might have to just do a little bit of extra tailoring or leatherworking just to add some extra stuff to it or get the sizing right. But for the most part, it's not too bad. And eventually you kind of all gather back at the Jolly Dwarf, getting ready for the morning ahead. If there's nothing that anybody else needs to do for the night or specifically wants to tackle, then we'll jump ahead to the
board?
boat.
Just pack up my stuff that unpack a little bit.
I'm literally the worst person. I can't stop playing with my fucking dice, man. I
I
gotta
go down to Arl and pick up my deposit that I put down for a full week, but I'm only leaving 4 days in.
Sure, he's he understands. He's happy to give it back. So in the morning, you all wake up and head down to the dock. You speak to some folks, and you find the ship, the Remoraz. The captain of the ship assures you, Sigmund, that he has payment upon completion. He'll hand it over to individuals at Strinlia, but that is there and ready. Other than that, they help you all get onto the ship. They pack any things that they were already bringing. You can tell this wasn't specifically made for you. They were moving things over there and also potentially picking stuff up to come back. There may be other folks who are looking to come back this way, so it's just kind of one of their standard trips out to Serinlia that they do. But it will take 9 days to get across. So as this is going across, is there anything people would like to do in the 9-day span?
On the third night, I do have something I would
Sure.
like to do.
So we'll just go around. If there's anything anybody specifically wants to do, then we'll go through that. For the most part, the waters are relatively fine. Like there's maybe one day where it gets pretty rocky, but you can tell that these people
White dragon.
you can tell these people have been doing it for a while. Nobody panicked at all in terms of like the ship crew. They handled it like bosses. They make sure everything was good. If anybody was like freaking out, they tried to like make them feel safer by like being like, hey, we can.
So him?
Yeah.
It was definitely this first time on a boat.
So,
It's
By the
definitely-
third day, we're pretty far into the water, right?
Yep.
No real land around us?
Nope.
Perfect. Sigmund, do you have time for a conversation? It's all right. You're okay?
Sure,
Perfect.
maybe.
You seem to be, I don't know if this is the right way, but running from something or hiding from somebody. And I'm not here to ask questions about that or understand your past or maybe even what's to come. But why are you so afraid of what's in Shady Creek?
Have you been to Shady Creek?
Yes, many times.
It's full of all sorts of dangerous folks.
I'm well aware of that.
Criminals and cutthroats and murderers and all those things.
And you think they're all after you?
Well, at least some of them are.
That's fair.
At least 1/5 of them.
Specifically the Udalot family.
Yeah.
I understand. Well, since we're in the middle of the water and there's not really anywhere for you to go, please do not panic.
I am
But I am the Udalot. I am actually from Shady Creek.
You immediately see his guard go up a little bit.
I understand.
Looks back at you and takes a little step back.
There's no need to panic. I promise you I'm not after you or sent by somebody to find you. I just figured if we're on this little adventure.
Do you work for the Udalot?
I do not know. My family is rather shady figures, and I'm sure they've had run-ins with the Udalot family, but no, I don't really like to associate myself with that place much at all.
That's good. That's
There's a lot of...
I'm sorry, who? Samuel, I'm not sure. Do you go by some other name in town? Would I have heard of you?
I go by
Who
Samuel.
do you work with?
I don't work for anybody. My family is part of the shady people that you discuss, but I've kind of tried distancing myself from them. I don't condone that sort of stuff. My mother works in the trench. I'm sure you may be familiar with it, but she has run-ins with all the families there and meets with some interesting folk, unfortunately, for good or for bad. My father works in and out of the town doing some, pardon the word, but shady things. And they typically come home battered and bruised, and I do my best to patch them up, but I've sort of been called this way, and I can't really explain it, but I don't belong there.
You don't have to explain yourself to me. There's no...
Well, it just seems like the mention of Shady Creek gets you
It
a
does.
little bit wound up. And if we're adventuring to this quite dangerous place, I want you to be assured that...
Shady Creek Run was one of the best times of my life. One of the best places where I've ever been. It was one of the few places where I felt like truly myself. I have nothing against the city. It's really just the people,
That's
the
fair.
Wildemount family. I lived there for a few months. I worked. I did some unsavory things. But really, it's just I'm afraid of if the Udalots find out what I did.
I don't even
That's
need
all.
to know what you did.
So long as you have no ties to them or no intention of returning to them and letting them know where I might be, I have nothing. I have no qualms with you. It was more the mention of the Udalots that
That's fair.
Togi had that I need to make sure that they do not take word back of where I am, because then there'll be people chasing after us and
That's fair.
bounty hunters chasing after me, and I'm not the bravest person. I'm sure you can tell that. I've made it a habit of running away from things, and that's what I'm good at. So I'd really rather keep doing that.
Sure, I'm not trying to change your ways. I just want you to know that while I've definitely spoken and met with some Udalot people, I have no ties with them and I have no intention of handing anybody over to them. I've been on my fair share of running away from things that tend to harm my family, and I just want you to know that I have no intention of doing that to you.
Thank you.
So hopefully, boat ride aside doesn't make me feel the easiest.
This is my first time
You
on one of
can,
these things. I don't know how it works.
It's weird. It's like floats, but it's heavy. I don't get it either. But But just know that when we're out there, I don't know about these other folks. They seem like a pretty trustworthy lot. I'll have your back. Just maybe refrain from searing people's faces off.
Just be wary.
As much as possible.
The last people who I had their back are all dead. So
I'm not asking you to have my back. Just know that I have yours.
just hello.
And I've heard you've been looking for a few of these. And I'll pull out these tool that I very clearly took from Shady Creek. And you might have better use of these.
Thank you.
It's my second one.
I
I'm giving you
almost
both.
I was practicing some ways of not needing these ever. But unfortunately, I don't think I've quite mastered those arcane
Level
words
1's a
yet.
bitch.
Level 2.
Level 2. Well, maybe
I'm
one
hopeful
day.
that one day I won't need these.
From what I've seen, you're quite capable, so I'm sure if you keep practicing. Man, I sound way too wise for fucking 19 years old. I've seen some shit, guys. Take care of them.
Oh, thank you. I don't know what it was that brought you here, but if I can help in some small way.
You seem pretty capable with the arcaneness. I think that's what they call it.
The arcane.
I also have a really low intelligence.
That
so I'm
sounds more
not-
like a 19-year-old.
Yeah, the arcaneness. I've been having these dreams. That's as far as I know about them. That keep showing me images of
But
this village. Butts, specifically butts.
Sweaty.
I've seen Deesa's butt. I know it from
wait a
anywhere.
minute.
I keep having these dreams that just keep pointing me here. And I've searched for a while to find this place, and it just kept telling me that they needed help.
I've seen your golden eyes at this point. Right?
They're a little odd, aren't they?
But as a player, I'm asking. Have I
Yeah. Oh,
seen-
yes. Oh, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
they're not flare up
They
right now,
flare
but
up
you've definitely
when
seen
he's-
that in battle
yeah.
as well.
DM.
Specifically
do I know
in the
anything
cave.
about ASMR?
Roll.
Do I know anything about ASMR?
No.
There you go.
Roll a history check.
I'm human, guys.
7.
Nope. Not really. You think there's a bunch of different ways by which that could happen.
Yeah.
That you don't even think about.
Yeah.
That.
There's something strange about you for sure. It's not. I've seen many humans before. I don't think I've seen many with eyes or abilities quite like yours. I think we will end up finding what you're looking for.
Hope
I
so.
think fate has a strange way of making sure that happens. This isn't the life that I thought I'd be living. This isn't the life that anybody had planned for me. But if I wasn't here, I might be dead. And some other people might also be dead.
How do you use your stuff? Your magic stuff.
Complex motions, channeling magic into symbols and patterns.
Did you study that somewhere?
I did. And what feels like a lifetime ago.
I never did. It just... My parents needed help one day, and it just sort of...
Impressive.
It's one way of looking at it.
Now, if you don't mind, I think
Yes.
I need to go calm down.
Sure, you look like you're gonna throw up. Yeah.
I have
like
to
you
go.
I'm gonna find a quiet corner of the ship
I'll just lean back on the side and my hair's
Start
blowing in the wind.
smoking whatever it is you
and
got.
partake in something to help calm
Yeah.
down. Yeah.
that happens part of the way through the travel. You guys have that conversation at any point during the travel. It doesn't have to be before or after specifically what just happened. Is there anything else anybody wanted to do?
I'd like to learn a sea shanty.
Oh, yeah! Yes! Yes! You heard a really good one. Ookato, I keep them locked away.
Yeah, there you go. You got
Somebody on the boat singing it. Yeah.
That's the one you learn because fuck you.
It's totally what you would want to learn. You probably heard like one guy singing. You're
Exactly.
like, what is that?
Teach me everything you know.
He does. He does. He teaches you the song, and you sing. Then you sing it the rest of the trip.
Oh God.
I personally like your singing.
Well, Haldir would do his training regimen like pretty much every day, and then meditate part of the day. The one day that you come looking for a quiet place to find me meditating.
I think so. Sigmund every day at some point, probably before going to sleep, will calm himself down so that he can go to sleep. He will divide his supplies into exactly 10 sections.
Oh God,
And
you're
one for each of the days, and keep one for Islegrod.
Sure.
I see. And I'd probably tell you at some point, my family must have run into the
Butterfingers.
auto whatever.
Jesus.
What are you looking for? Sorry.
It's literally like,
Yes, that.
God damn it.
With a lot. My family probably has dealt with them because they're the gatekeepers, right? Shaded.
Yeah.
I mean, my family trades with the town, so
What sort of stuff do you trade in?
furs, meat, game. We hunt. We live just outside the edge of the town. I was born in the cursed forest. They say that that's probably why I was born blind.
Have you seen any of the beasts in the forest?
Oh
He
yeah.
just said he's blind. He can't see them.
Your family
Sure.
are fine.
We ran into quite the weird beasts all the time. We always steer away when we hear the howls of the Wolf King. But in the southern edges of the Savalier Woods is not too bad. There's small pockets of the followers of Melora there. We try to keep with them.
That's where he's at this point. He's probably taken a little bit, so he's like a little bit more like forthcoming,
Relax.
relaxed with this
bro.
one. And he just says, I guess the work that me and my family used to do is quite similar. Just do yours.
How so? You seem like the study type, not the kind that lives in the woods and.
Yeah. You're talking about like you fur and meats and that, but just a little more alive.
A little more alive and
The crew that I ran with, we captured these, put them in cages. Just like dead eye stare.
I don't see where you're looking at.
He's dead eye staring at a wall while just talking to you about it.
What kind of beasts?
The kind in the Stavanger wood, giant hogs, basilisks, creatures, wolves.
Owlbear, bugbear,
Yeah.
bear.
Anything bear.
We'd bring them into town. The Udlots paid for it and allowed us passage into the city.
Why did they want to kill you?
Well, because the last job we went out on, I'm the only one left.
Did you have anything to do with the demise of your group?
Real shit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I mean, I was close with them all. It wasn't like, I didn't intend to. It was an accident. But they all died, and the beast that we were capturing escaped and killed them all. I ran and I hid, and he begins to almost like, he takes the black onyx crystal out, just like focuses really intently on it. He opens his eyes, and his eyes are like pitch black, and then all of a sudden his entire face is pitch black, and like his entire body goes pitch black, and then shimmers into just like invisibility. I can hide myself. You can't see him anymore. You still just see smoke
Couldn't see
rising.
him
You
anyway.
could never see
You
it.
just see smoke rising from where he was sitting.
I can still hear where you're at. That's how I look at you anyway. I saw nothing of that.
Yeah, but you're so high you
spellcast
think he can see you. You're like, bro, you can't see me no more.
You're right about that.
I totally didn't realize it, but it works perfectly well.
Can I take a hit?
He just hits. I hid, and the beast
Perfect.
killed the rest of my crew, and I'm sure that a lot would not be happy. Didn't know about what happened.
No, they would not.
I'm sure they'll send someone out to find the crew, and I won't be there.
I'm sorry to hear about that.
Do you know the one true Wolf King Chetney Pockapy?
He hands you the drugs. And
We partake.
he just continues sitting there, invisible and in silence.
And then at some point throughout the trip, I would hear my friend Chris Hantafa singing the shanty, and I would take out my flute.
Oh my god!
New best friend.
Amazing.
And that's it.
Amazing.
That's what I do.
Is there anything that you wanted to do before we?
I'm gonna be doing my own like way of practicing darts. I don't have a dart set.
Throw the axe.
I'm gonna be using my sickles, so I'm gonna toss them and like kind of aim them at something on the side of the boat.
The boat.
moving boat.
It
Yeah.
sinks you all.
Well,
Seagulls.
not like the side
I
of the
know.
boat, but like
The
up
seagulls
there,
flying.
Sure.
And maybe I grab like a tomato or something. Or...
If I see her doing this, I'll pull out the 2 daggers that I have.
Oh.
You're just giving stuff away, basically.
Thank you.
This is a trip of charity.
Walk
for
around.
them.
Okay.
But practice with those. It'll
Okay.
be easier than a fucking sickle.
That's true.
Thank you.
That's mostly all out of the, other than just kind of hanging out.
Remember the
yeah,
receipts?
I mean,
I've
I
made
probably would have
receipts.
challenged you again for the double or nothing
Okay.
darts with daggers after practicing.
That's fair.
We'll just assume it goes
Yeah.
back and forth in a very heated trip of let's go again.
At the end of it, is worth 1,500 gold.
Yeah, it just keeps
Double or
rising.
nothing.
Neither is paid, but it just keeps doubling and like adding more.
Literally a 9-day trip worth of
Yeah.
fucking darts.
But after a while, several days in, you do start to see the land at the other end towards what you assume to be Islecross, or a part of Islecross, anyways.
Shit.
And yeah, pretty much 9 days into that, the captain yells out and lets you know that we're going to be docking. So they start to turn the boat and slow it down and bring it into, and you can see that there is a dock set up, and you can start to see a very small outpost, not too many buildings. You assume that to be where they told you to go. But as they're pulling in, the temperature has steadily dropped since leaving Palebank Village, yet it seems to grow colder still as you step off the ramp of the Remoraz onto Feren. Through windy snow, you can see fur-lined tents and yurts arranged in a large camp. Campfires are whipped by the wind with dwarves and elves huddled close to the flames.
Once a year.
It's kind of like a tent, but it's like more...
Big circle.
Yeah, it is circular and it's more insulated.
Interesting.
But it
Like
kind of
across a tent with a gazebo.
So it's like the expensive tents.
Yeah, sure. And then you just see somebody run over to the dock, and it's just like, "Don't worry, it'll cool down here eventually." And, a joking voice bellows over you. "Morgo Delwer at your service. Welcome to Islecross." You see before you a female mountain dwarf, a big mane and shaggy hair, very stout, very eager to escort you out into Cerulean. Morgo. So follow me. I'll show you around.
Wonderful to meet you. Love your sense of humor.
Oh, thank you. Not everybody does. And she just starts to head out. Does everybody just follow?
Yeah. Just stay closely behind.
All right. So, Morgo gestures to the group of dwarves and elves huddled and chatting around a campfire. They're planning expeditions to find Eor's lost treasures. That's what this whole place is about. If you ain't exploring, you ain't banking gold. The dwarf stops in front of a large fur-lined yurt. You can stay here. Belong to a fool rich elf named Bertrand, who came here looking for adventure. He found the inside of a saber-toothed tiger instead. Should be some food in there, but it's yours now. And she shows you to this large yurt and welcomes you, kind of opens it up, like the front entrance to it, and gestures you inside if you'd like to.
I go inside and I drop off like my bag and stuff over there. This is
I'll
my
walk
new
into it.
home.
Yeah.
I'll walk in and
So as you walk in, the sound of wind and biting cold dies down. There's a cold fire pit in the very center. It's mostly hide-covered floor on the inside of this. There is an open crate over on the one side that contains a bunch of things, a lot of rations in there, as well as a few other items. So among that crate, as well as kind of alongside it in like some smaller sacks, there is 50 days worth of rations. There's a 50-foot silk rope. There is a large rolled up blanket. There's a grappling hook. There's a miner's pick. And there's a book. And if anybody reads what is on the book, it's
what was before miner's pick?
Grappling hook.
Okay.
And if anybody goes over to see what the book is, the front of it says, "Adventure Sexy. Impress potential lovers with great deeds" by Scanlan Shorthalt.
Holy fuck.
This makes me so happy.
Not,
pick up
if
the
it's
book.
not tough love, I don't
I'll take the book.
So
Start leafing.
You're like, I need another hour, guys. Can you leave me alone? Or no, 11 minutes.
So Morgo
Very
just
specific.
Morgo just says, "If there's anything you need from here, let me know. I can show you anywhere else around town, or if you have any questions, let me know."
Sorry to interrupt. Do you know where we could find Orvo?
Of course, yeah. He's got a tent nearby. I can show you where he is.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Did you know a fellow named Organ?
I did. we weren't exactly close friends per se, but he passed through here a lot, and I was very sad to hear of his passing. He was a good guy. It explains why you want to see Orvo. They were pretty good friends. Well, if you want to follow me, I can show you where he is.
I put the book back.
Yeah, we'll drop off. I'll drop off my bag and stuff as
Sure.
well, and then follow her. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
So she just leads you down several tents, a couple of other yurts, and down at some point you do see a campfire that's burning in front of a small tent. The flaps are open to the tent, and inside you can see a relatively young dwarf whose face is scarred as though scratched by a big, large claw.
Cool. Instantly cool.
A short sword is casually laid across his lap as he's warming his outstretched hands. This here's Orvo. Orvo! These folks here are looking for you. They're from Palebank. They're, to our understanding, they're looking into Ergen's situation. Orvo, he stands up and says, yes, thank you, Morgo. Hi there, hello. Who are all of you?
I had to sneeze that.
And you see, he is also a mountain dwarf, kind of in like a scout attire.
Like dwarves.
Yeah, just who are all of you?
Don't really have a name for us, but as she just mentioned, we are investigating the issue that sadly found Ergen. My name's Samuel. Nice to meet you.
Oh, where are you from?
From south of the village.
Cool. What brings you out here?
To investigate the situation with Ergen.
No, but I mean, like, how did you know Ergen, and what led you here?
I didn't actually know Ergen. I stumbled across the village and there was an issue at hand, so I've kind of joined a group of friends here.
You have cool eyes. How'd you get them?
Oh, kind of was born with them, I guess.
That's crazy. Who are you?
It's wild.
Hi,
Hi.
Chrysanthemum Eldest the Fifth.
That is a great name.
Thank you.
I'm Orvo Mustafi.
How old does this dwarf look?
He's probably like 20s maybe. He's pretty young.
My man.
I've been trialing the name the Do-Gooders.
We haven't done a lot of good yet, but we'll come back to it. I like it.
Mostly face bash.
Yeah, I like it actually.
It's aspirational.
It is that. It is that.
We were meeting with folks who knew Ergen after his passing and were asked to look into the situation leading to his demise on account of the unique way in which he went.
Poor Ergen.
Just quick glance, no signs of blue veins.
Make a perception check.
Uh-oh. Nope.
You don't see me
need
then.
to know what my perception is.
I can't believe that happened.
Were you familiar with the things that he found when he left here last?
For the most part, yeah. I was there with him.
Did you touch any of it?
No, everything we grabbed for ourselves. So whatever he had, I didn't touch that. Anything I found, he didn't grab.
Did you happen to find any golden colored vials?
Golden vials?
Yeah, he has 4 right here. Campaign.
Yeah. You mean these?
Could have been so easy.
I can't say we came across those, though. I think Ergen grabbed some of those other vials, though.
Yeah.
And,
The blue ones.
They may be the source of all of this.
and where was this?
Oh, we were exploring a ways out from here. There was these ruins that we came across. We were venturing out into the thin sheets, and we happened to spot some of those creatures, those mephits. We saw some of those, and we didn't. It seemed like they were kind of intent.
They're annoying at Baldur's.
They seemed to be going somewhere with intent, so we kind of just trailed them and came across this structure. we went inside, and it was a pretty well preserved ruins. It had a sign on it that said Sal's Vault.
Like as in SAL? Sal's?
Vault.
That name ring any sort of bells?
Yeah, same.
Nope.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we followed those methods. They seem to be intent on going there. We managed to get inside. It was a bit tricky. The door was kind of frozen shut, but we eventually got our way in, and we found these chests that had these vials in it. Ergen was really interested in it, so he decided to grab some. But before we really had a chance to do anything else in there, we were chased out.
Was it just the two of you?
It was just the two of us. There was only a few rooms that we had a chance to see in there. We had no idea how big this place was, but there was no way we were going to stick around and figure it out. So
What was it that chased you out?
it looked like a suit of armor.
A sentient sort of armor?
I didn't really look too closely. They started moving towards us, and we hightailed out of there.
So you're saying sounds like there was other chests you weren't able to look through?
We didn't really spot too many others, but there were doors that we didn't get a chance to go through.
DM, have I ever heard of either methods or enchanted suits of armor before?
Make a history check. Or actually, depending on the two, you can do history or...
Methods was an 8.
Oh, okay. I was also going to say nature in case you knew of like those types of creatures, but yeah.
Yeah, it was an 8.
Not really then.
Okay.
You're not really too familiar. But yeah, that's... is that... You're asking a lot of questions about that place. Is that... Are you going there? Are you going back?
I mean, look, the vials that Ergen brought back have caused quite a few people to fall ill of some sort of curse.
You also notice every time you say his name that he kind of... like...
Apologies if this is tough to hear.
It's okay.
We're trying to do but right by him and make amends for this incident.
You're saying that those vials contain something that made Ergen sick?
Have you heard of the frigid wool?
And I was like, whoa. He would understand. He's young like me.
He says, I mean, I think I've heard people mumble about it before, but I don't really know what it is.
It's the disease that afflicted your friend.
We believe it was in the vials. In fact, we know it was in the vials.
And doesn't Palebank have some clerics or priests there that can help?
It's not that simple. It seems like it's a far greater affliction than I think we even thought initially. Seems like there is an antidote, or a possible antidote, in a gold vial. We believe it might be there.
And you said others are now sick in Palebank?
Yes, it seems like it's spreading from anybody who's been in contact with those vials, which sadly seems like quite a few more than I was hoping.
He was so adamant about holding on to everything until he got back to Palebank. I just did the normal thing that most of us do here. You find something good, you sell it to the buyer. But not Ergen. He wanted to hold on to this stuff a little bit longer.
The buyer?
Yeah, he operates out here. He's been here since...
Oh yeah, the guy that I thought was named...
Simply the buyer.
Simply.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yes, we've heard of him.
Where's he located?
Oh, he has a yurt just down over here, just down the way. It's pretty easy to spot. It's the biggest one.
And when you were in the things that you picked up from this expedition with the Ergen, you didn't spot any of these golden vials
No, we honestly the only vials we saw, we cracked open a chest and we found a couple of them, and inside of it, those were the only ones we saw, and Ergen grabbed them both.
You don't mind me asking, what were some of the other things that you brought back from that?
Mostly just things I found amongst the floor. There was some small pieces of jewelry, some weapons, just like old looking weapons, but I don't know, they looked a little bit fancy, so I thought they could be worth something.
And if it's anything to you, the entire shipment that Ergen took back, he did make a sizable chunk of change off of it, about 1,000 gold.
I'm sure he loved that.
Fat lot of good it'll do him.
Yeah.
If it's been more than 7 weeks and you're still alive, it's fairly safe to say that you were not afflicted with the same sickness.
I don't think so. I haven't gotten sick from
That's good.
anything.
Do you know of anyone else in town who may have handled the things that Ergen brought back?
Not that I'm aware of. Everybody here, I mean, nobody wants anything to befall those that are here, but at the end of the day, we're all kind of just here adventuring for ourselves. So most people, when they find something, they either keep it to themselves or they go to the buyer.
Did
I
you
know-
have any vials?
No,
Did you
only
dispose?
Ergen grabbed them.
Seems like
We didn't get a chance to open anything else before we were chased out.
Seems like we should have a lot of these questions with the buyer.
The last thing, do you know how to get back to these ruins that you found these at? Can you point us in the right direction, or take us there?
I can definitely. When you ask if you can take him there, you can see like he kind of gets. He's kind of like playing like in his head, going through things again. I'd rather not go back there, seeing as how that place kind of killed my friend. But I can definitely draw you a map and point you in the right direction.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Just for your context, it is about 200 miles outside of Cyrenlia.
200 miles?
Yeah.
How did you guys get there?
Walked.
You walked 200 miles to a cavern.
I mean, it's multi-day travel, but yeah.
Impressive.
Are there no sleds? Or...
Yeah, is there a sled with like say 8 huskies?
There isn't really any communal ones.
Have you heard of a snowmobile?
I don't think we'd
How
have the
about
money
a
to charter
tabaxi
one of those.
cab?
Yeah, no.
I think some adventurers have gotten some wolves before to pull on
We should have
on
stolen
those, but I
Jimmy
don't know if any are here anymore, nor would they be willing to part with their wolves.
It's okay. We'll find a way. A map would be great. And
Yeah.
sorry to bring up, tough news and not necessarily news, but just memories, I guess.
So he just kind of pulls out. He has maps, kind of various ones of different sizes and charts of the area. So he pulls one out and he kind of just shows you where Cyrenlia is and kind of goes out northwest and puts like a marker on the map of where that is and kind of highlights just a couple of things to watch for. Like if you see this, stay to the right of it, this marking, like landmark, and if you come across this, you went too far north, like east, like north.
If you hear
But-
the beehive.
So he gives you a few pointers on where to go and kind
Very
of
helpful,
you get an
thank you.
idea, but yep.
You seem like you might be able to track things.
He was a dwarf?
Yes. Yeah, young dwarf.
Before we leave, Sigmund will just like turn around and begin to walk away and just like, I'm sorry for your loss. He says in Dwarvish.
He says back, "Thank you." He
Let's,
sits back down in his tent.
Let's head over to the buyer. Have a conversation. He was the point of contact for us after all.
See if any of these golden vials have gone through him.
Yeah.
He maybe has some and we can just
Mission over.
Yeah.
Easy,
That'd be great.
easy 200
collect
gold.
the 200
Yeah.
gold. I take on the name Bertrand and
Yeah.
begin to live in
I
this.
don't know if you. I don't know why. I just have a feeling you don't want that name.
It's pretty easy to find. You start walking back towards. I mean, Morgo kind of showed you a little bit around, was pointing out some of the buildings as she was taking you to the yurt that you're staying in. But you also can just kind of stop and be like, "Hey, which one's the buyers again?" And they point you in the right direction. You come across it. The door is open. It's fairly large yurt, and you walk in. When you walk in, the pungent scent of incense fills the entire yurt, whose walls are painted with glowing arcane runes. A brass brazier burns brightly, if there's no blight, brightly at the center of the floor, around which are a set of few plush chairs and a bed, a large stone chest. On one of those chairs sits an elf reading a book. A small dragon with green butterfly wings is curled on his lap.
It's Alcove.
So he's just sitting there reading.
Yeah, he's a fairy dragon.
Aww.
Excuse me.
Oh,
I'm just looking over the runes to see if I can identify what they are or what they might mean. Just looking around while these guys do the talk.
hello.
Do you happen to be Simply? Simply the buyer. Sorry, the buyer.
Yes, that is the name that I go by.
Mr. Simply.
Pleasure to meet you. We are what'd you say our group name was?
The do-gooders.
We're apparently the do-gooders.
We're working on it.
All right.
We're workshopping it.
That's nice.
We come from what was the village name again?
Payback.
We come from Pale Bank. Elro actually said we could be in contact with you.
Oh, yes, Elra. What specifically can I help you with?
Yes, we're actually investigating an illness that has befallen the village, and we are here looking for hopefully a solution. And we understand that you buy and potentially sell things for finds from excavations.
We're looking for the antidote to the frigid woe.
Yeah.
You see him like kind of perk up when you say that. Interesting. Well, as you mentioned, I try to purchase Aeorian relics from those who venture out into Islecross to bring back or send to Uthadern for further investigation. Frigid woe, that's not something too many people discuss. How do you know about this?
Well, it would seem that is the ailment that is befallen.
Got an outbreak.
Curious. Well, I can tell you that that is a disease that was created within Aeor.
That's what Elroy said. Elron.
And that no mere magic that any of us possess can cure it. Which I'm assuming must be these vials that you are looking for.
Yes, gold vials containing the antidote.
A milky white liquid.
There.
I'm still
kind
just.
of pearl jam.
I'm still mostly just looking at these runes. I'm kind of avoid making like eye contact with
Sure.
them. but-
Yeah, the liquid usually takes an hour to procure, but sometimes 11 minutes.
I can tell you that I have not seen the disease nor the cure pass through here myself.
You're lucky you haven't.
I suppose it is.
Have you not seen any of the blue vials?
I have not. I would have definitely acquired them if I did.
How so? Why?
Because they are a very fascinating relic of Aeor, and we would much prefer to understand better.
You know, there are a lot of people who would use that for evil means, right?
People will use just about anything for evil means, should they be so wise to.
You're just happy to supply.
Well, I don't just give it to just anyone. I'm buying it for Uthadern to look into it.
Do you know his parents?
I don't know who you are.
Chrysanthemum Theldus the Fifth. Of the Uthadern Thelduses.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with them.
I'm starting to think that they're not that big.
Well, there's several discs in Uthadern. My family's from the Grand Disc.
Oh,
It's any of the other discs, much less likely they've heard.
that's fair. That's a good point.
You know of the Ergen and Orvo.
I'm familiar with them, yes.
They said they went out some months ago to an expedition And I think Orville mentioned he sold some of his goods to you on when he returned.
Yes, not the most interesting, but from at least what it sounds like was recovered from an Aeorian ruin.
Yeah. Ergen was one of the people who he returned with some things and decided not to sell them to you.
That is correct.
Those would happen to be the frigid woe that we were speaking of.
I wish he would have come to me. I would have preferred to handle them a little bit more delicately. Perhaps this would not have been an outbreak in Palebank. But, alas, we cannot dwell on the past. So what is it you're looking for? For me to do?
Can you procure transportation?
Whatever people bring here is the transportation they have.
We're hoping that you might be able to open a line of communication, transport of items. Something that Elrond, the Great Wizard, has asked us.
That I can do. I've transported goods before to Palebank, directly to Elro. If that is something that you need, that can be arranged.
We're looking to make a trip, a long trip to these ruins, in hope to find the antidote. And if we do, we need it transported to Palebank as soon as possible.
That I can do. But I have an ask for you as well. Should you find any other Aeorian relics, let me buy them.
For twice the price.
Of what?
I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you.
I think this can be the start of a mutually successful, beneficial arrangement.
Tree fit.
Just throw it out random numbers.
I'm hoping, I'm not speaking for the rest of my companions, but I think I'm going to be picking up this scavenging and exploring trade, staying here for the foreseeable future. I'm sure if we agree to this arrangement, I'll be fairly compensated and we can work together for the future.
I do not try to rob worth from anyone. If you find something that is of interest to me, I will pay you the fair share.
You seem to have a little creature with you. Do you happen to have like a 20,000-pound dragon that can help us?
I do not.
As a joke.
You happen to have 100 gold pearl.
I do not.
Do you happen to have 100 gold so you can buy one?
I will say, though, there are some other folks here who have been adventuring out, and while there's no other real shop here, because it's mostly just an outpost for people to stop before they move on, perhaps somebody else has that and can trade you for it.
I don't have much to trade. So.
Can you tell me what time of the day it is here? You know, different time zones. I'm confused.
Right now, it would.
Jet lag.
Yeah.
No, it'd be probably right around like noonish.
Okay, we have lots of time.
What's that? What's the creature on your lap there?
Now this is a fairy dragon.
That's what I said.
It's cute as fuck.
His name is Dew.
Do?
Dewey?
Like, do.
Dew.
Dewey.
Like dewdrop.
Like the do-gooders.
Is there any way we can buy him to be our mascot?
I'm sorry, he's not for sale.
Oh.
Sigmund, these runes on the wall. First off, can I just make a check to see if I understand them?
Yeah.
No.
That is a 24.
You definitely pick up. So, I would say the strongest sense of magic that you get beyond, like, obviously the runes are very evident, like you can see them, but there's a very strong radiation of conjuration magic on the one chest that's in the room. And you get an idea that potentially some of these are kind of assisting in whatever magic is at play here that the buyer does. He mentioned that he can teleport things, so you assume that there's something with that.
I'm assuming he, after looking at all this, he just turns to the buyer. So that chest lets you send things back and forth then.
It does, yes.
Interesting. Very powerful magic. Where did you learn how to do things?
I've been around for quite a long time. Pick up things here and there.
we'll chat when we get back. I have some
Sure,
questions.
I'd be happy to.
Any other inquiries? We should probably head out while it's still light. Get a good
Unless I
start.
really wants to ask more about you.
Not all your
Alyssa
characters.
does.
Not all your
I
characters
know,
need to
but
love little
that's
tiny
what
dragon
I'm saying,
creatures.
Alyssa wants to know.
Thank you for allowing us to potentially use your transportation services.
Sure.
Any,
Bring back whatever it is that Elro's looking for, and I will transport them.
any
as well.
advice or things you can provide us that might help?
Don't die.
Can you send things directly to Palebank Village or only to
I can.
Dern and then?
I can send to several locations. Palebank is one of them.
Do you have a means of communication other than just sending stuff? How about sending messages? Can we reach out to you if we were out there in the like
Any
the
sending
snow?
stones or anything like that?
Yeah, if we get in trouble, we need to talk to somebody, ask for help.
I know certain individuals are capable of doing so. If you are, then you can reach out to me.
We'll get back to you in a few
Cool,
levels. Shall we? Anything else?
No.
Thank you for your time.
Sure.
Perhaps we'll have some relics.
I look forward to it.
Ready? We head.
So-
Lead the way. She has the map.
Yep.
So
Go on,
I'll
this
say
way.
you guys.
Actually, you might even have better survivors. I'm just saying, a monk might have better survival stuff, so you two can work together. Yeah.
So I will
You
say
just hear the cavern from 200 miles away.
a few things. You take a look at the map. You kind of get an idea, orient yourselves of where you're going.
As a player, there were in the room in the yurt that we were in.
Mhm.
There was a grappling hook, a miner's pick.
Oh yeah, we
bunch of
definitely
stuff.
grabbed that
Yes.
shit. We definitely grabbed
Let's
that
make
shit.
sure that
Yep.
I said when we were
grab all
leaving, I
that.
put my stuff beside it. We'll grab
If
it
it's
all.
there,
and
it
get
wasn't needed.
Yeah. No.
the 50 days of rations may be a bit overkill.
No, we'll each stock up on rations. We'll definitely
Take
But
take.
the rest of the tools might come in handy.
Yes.
10
Yes.
days of rations for
Yeah.
people walking 200 miles.
Yeah, we'll
So-
each
Sounds about
we'll each
right.
grab like 10 rations. We'll
Yeah,
grab
you guys
the
go
rope.
back to the yurt, Bertrand's yurt.
I said my stuff was there, so we had
Yeah,
to stop
so you
and
go
grab
back
it.
and grab everything that you think you need. You look
Oh,
at
weird! There was like 5 health potions in there.
I
totally.
remember that, yeah.
Heated tents?
So now,
Sorry, heated yurts.
you get an idea. You maybe even like ask a couple people, and they just kind of point you like, yeah, go out that way. Watch out for some stuff. They also, you do recall Orvo telling you that he was out in the thin sheets.
Yeah,
None of you know what that means.
there's probably sheets that are pretty thin, and we might fall through.
Can
Shit.
I?
On the topic of
I just
equipment, real quick, can I assume that you gave to me the arrows?
Oh yeah. The stuff we took from the chest. If it was the magical arrows that were in there,
Did we take that stuff?
I said it.
Yeah.
I said
He did
You're
say
getting
that
that
he
shit.
did take
That
some
was
of
the
it.
only thing that you
I thought we
identified
were-
that was magical that I took and gave to
That
him.
was just.
I don't know how many it
left
was.
back there
20?
because it
But I was like,
It was
You
20.
didn't say that you take everything that's
No,
there.
I
but
just
he
said the arrows.
specifically said the arrows he took.
Yeah.
you said these are magical arrows, then you said +1. I said to him.
Cool. 20, right?
Sorry,
I will.
20.
Was there the
Yeah.
full 20 in there? Yeah.
I think so.
I will very quickly just like find Morga
Yep.
and ask her if she can tell us what the thin sheets are and which way they are.
You and your
Yeah.
DM brain.
She's
Thinking
the
of
loudest
everything.
person.
Yeah. Oh.
And she was like the tour guide.
Yeah. Oh, are you going out to the thin sheets? Okay. Well, it kind of lives up to its name. Really thin sheets of ice that sit over water. Be really careful not to stack all together, really tightly together, because the weight will break through the ice. Trust me, you don't want to be out there in the water. So, yeah, take it careful, take it slow.
About how far? Like to it. Will we notice it is what I'm asking.
Oh, you'll notice.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe 40, 50 miles outside of here.
Okay.
That's
Good
when
to
you'll
know.
start to hit it.
Thank you. And I'll toss her a gold.
Oh, thank you. Guys, look what I got! And she just like runs like over to some of the other adventurers at the fire, going to tell them about this.
So this is going to be a multi-day trip. There's probably going to be wildlife out there. Let's stay together.
Until we
too
get
close
to the
together.
thin sheets
Not,
and then
not,
stay
when,
apart.
not when we get to the sheets. We should at least try and get there as close to the sheets today as possible.
So,
I don't actually know how long it takes to walk 40 miles because Michael is
A lot.
stupid.
Don't worry, I'm going
But
to tell you things.
Okay.
Well, the first thing I'm going to ask is, as you're heading out on this first leg, as you're going this first day, are you guys going to be moving quickly or at a normal pace?
While there's daylight, I vote for quickly at the beginning. Get
Yeah,
out as
time
far as we
crunch.
can, yeah. With
Okay.
daylight, I feel like it's better to move.
Okay, it is right around noon, so you still have a lot of light left. So you can make pretty good headway there. So if there's nothing else that you guys want to do, then you can start heading out in that direction and we'll start playing it from there. So
Good.
now, who is trying to lead you guys?
One of these two.
No.
I don't know. You just seem like you know a lot of shit, apparently, but probably her.
We can both do it because I'll be the
Who
one
has the
with
highest
the map.
survival?
That's what I was
I have
thinking.
plus
Is they? Yeah, I do not. I have +1.
Okay.
The map has probably stuff like, yeah, look at this peak for like just head in the direction. I'm like,
Yeah, but the map would have like a little compass thing on it, and she can tell you could know the wind and the sound of things.
Yeah, we'll take
Don't
it.
cut yourself short.
that's how it'll help with the overall.
It's
Yeah.
blank white tundra in front of us. I'm sure it's fine.
All
We're all
right.
pretty
What's
much in
your
the same
survival?
spot.
+3.
Okay, we're equal.
Okay.
Okay.
Now hear me
Okay.
out. I've got -3, so
I've got -1.
Immediately out of town, you start heading this.
All right, we got this. We got
Yeah, we're
this.
good.
We got
let's
this.
go.
Yeah. Upside down. All right, so
And backwards.
you all bundle up with your new cloaks or
that from?
whatever it is.
Friends.
That is
Joey.
from oh yeah, when he's in London. Yeah.
You immediately, as you start to walk out and get not too far in, even just a couple of miles out, the weather here sucks. It is super windy, really frigid, really uncomfortable. You knew that it was going to be a lot worse, but it's still hard to take, even when you know it's coming. So I'll say you get about 4 hours in. You're making pretty good headway. I'm going to have you roll a d20.
If you roll the white dragon, you're on your own.
2.
Oh.
Oh no. What does that
Roll a
mean?
d6.
Of course.
No,
Right.
I don't
So
know
much
what the
colder than the Crystal Sands tundra.
3.
3?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like one of the 6 is bad things.
Oh, no.
It usually
just-
is like
you're just
you roll a
choosing which-
d20 to figure out if good things happen. If you're like really high, usually it's like you gain time.
Oh,
As you are walking
Yeah,
up
we-
ahead, you see there's something in the snow. You can't really tell exactly what it is. It doesn't look like anything moving, but there's something like on the snow, and you can't really tell. You get a little bit closer. Make a perception check.
Can I help?
No, not with this one.
9.
9.
To throw that die away.
Okay, but you from a distance you cannot tell what it is. Too windy, too whatever. You just see there's something in the snow. Again, it's not moving. It's not like sticking out of the snow. There's something like on the snow.
Is it red?
I mean, you can get closer to find out. At this point, you're maybe like 10 feet back from it.
Oh, there's something right up ahead. Haldir, my eyelashes are like
What does
frozen
your
shut.
sixth sense?
Yeah.
Do you sense anything about that?
I think
I
we're
have allies.
misinterpreting your powers.
I don't have elbows.
Did you
I'm
see
gonna
our
try and see if
dividends?
I can spot something there in the direction that she's pointing.
Sure.
Maybe you can go
Make a
assist with
perception
that.
check. I'm gonna
My
make the
perception
DC slightly
I
higher
just mean,
because
like,
she's
walk
already
up
tried
to
to
it.
spot or
My
figure out what it
tank
is.
My perception is not that good, so
I could.
it's a
try.
13.
13. It's dark. It sticks out amongst the snow, like pretty dark, but you can't.
Double checking on the map. Is there anything in this area?
No, it's not that big either. It's maybe like
It's a pool of blood for sure. Michael knows that character.
It's a gigantic dragon poop.
I'll just start
Christopher,
walking up
can you
to it.
mind
You gonna
checking
walk
that
up?
out for
Yeah.
us?
all right. As you get closer, it starts to
Shield
become
sword.
clearer and clearer. It is mostly frozen at this point. Blood. There is a pile of blood there, and then you can see that there's kind of some piles and drips that kind of go a little bit further out and then just disappear completely.
I got mage armor on my phone.
Sure.
Is it going in the direction that we have to go?
A little off kilter to where you're going. If you're going this way, it kind of drips out that way. But you don't see anybody else. It's so windy and snowy out here that like you can't really see tracks either. Like if there was, they're probably covered up. But that's all you see.
Well,
Looks like someone might have gotten injured and wandered off that way.
Sucks to be them. We keep walking.
Yeah, you can keep going.
Yeah, I think
All
we
right.
should do our best to avoid unwanted attention.
keep your eyes open.
Yeah, so you keep going. Maybe for like another 4 or so hours. The sun is starting to come down. It is getting a bit darker out. You'll probably want to start thinking about where you're going to set up camp for the evening.
Any rock faces or anything?
There's kind of like banks of snow that kind of like crest a little bit, and you could probably get behind that to block the wind if that's what you're looking for. So if you want to head kind of towards that, you can do that. It maybe takes you another hour or so to find one that is actually you think you could make work for a camp there, if you'd like to do that. So
Yeah.
you'll set up. Does anybody want to watch for
Yeah.
the evening?
Yes.
We
Yes.
definitely want to light a fire or something.
Yeah, we'll
So-
need a small fire for sure.
So what I'm going to ask is, as opposed to redoing the same question every time, do you guys want to figure out just like for each evening how the evening will go about?
Yeah.
Is there like you'll just do like
I don't need a lot of rest, so
Same.
I will.
Yeah.
Your 4 hours as well?
Yeah.
Also an elf.
So
I'll wake up early and take like the last shift before.
I wouldn't mind some beauty sleep. I'm a weak human bitch.
Sure.
I'll go in the middle somewhere.
Okay.
I'll do a stint, but yeah, if you guys each only need 4, then that makes the night pretty easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
So
start, and I guess if you wanted to finish, then the
Yeah.
rest can just switch.
Or yeah, I guess I'll sleep first and then be up for the rest.
Sure. So I'll start with one of the elves, I guess. Me and my buddy.
all right. Just make. I'm actually only so. To keep this kind of short, because there is a lot of travel that we have to do here, I'm not going to do each rotation
Yeah,
does a roll.
Yeah.
So we'll just go each day. We'll just switch to different people. So whoever's doing the
We'll
first
do the
shift will do
first
today's
shift.
thing.
We'll
So
do the
if you
first
guys want to roll just a perception check, see if you spot anything during this evening.
11.
I rolled a 10.
All right. You see a lot of wind and snow.
We got this, buddy.
But other than that, it is pretty uneventful, other than the fact that you are freezing.
Not what I expected.
That makes sense.
So evening come and goes. Morning, you try to get up. Oh, yeah.
No, next day.
Oh, okay, yeah. Next day goes and you try to get a good start here. Just as the sun is coming up, you're like, we got to get going. Would you like to keep going at a fast pace, or do you want to go at a normal
Has
pace?
the weather picked up at all?
No, it's fairly. It's not really snowing right now, but it is still really
Has the terrain
crisp.
gotten any worse?
It's still very snowy.
What is-
It's
What is the fast versus normal pace?
Mhm.
Are we like depleting energy faster, or how does that-
if you're trying to move quick, you have less time to like kind of take in what's around you, so
Oh,
your
I see,
perception
I
is
see.
lower.
I think we should probably keep at a pretty good pace.
Yeah.
Especially in the wee hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll keep at the current same pace. Not
So-
crazy fast, but
Yep.
faster than normal.
All right, so going, it's actually you feel like you're making really good time. You haven't nothing's really like slowed you down too much. Other like it is super slow, but you're pushing through it. This is only day 2 here, so you got a lot of energy still. I'd say maybe 2/3 of the way through the day, the snow starts to kind of like thin a bit,
Mhm.
and you start to get to what you think
Could be the sheets.
could be the thin sheets, and it just goes out for a really long time, and you start to feel like under your steps if you kind of hear some of those every now and then, just like a little crack or something like that. So you get an idea that at this point you're probably starting to enter the thin
We
sheets.
did get a lot of rope. Do we want to tie ourselves together? I know it's also sort of dangerous if somebody does fall through, but at least there would be
We can
4
get
other of
them.
us to potentially get them. If we do that, we need to make sure we're fanned out at a pretty appropriate weight distribution.
I'm very light and frail, and if anybody falls in, I will get pulled along with them.
Well, there'd be 4 of us tied.
Well,
5 of us. But
If you fall,
how do we get you?
how do we get you?
with the rope.
But it needs to be tied to you.
If you go under the ice.
If you go under the ice, we want to be able to find everybody. So
As we're having,
we have
I'm
we
just
have some
going around
pretty
starting to
strong
try
folks.
everybody.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have some pretty strong folks. You wouldn't be required to be the only one to hold the weight.
My senses work
Pretty
well
nimble.
above water. Underwater,
Not so
You're
much.
screwed.
not
Yeah.
so much.
Breathing cloud or underwater?
Do we want to fan out like this, or do we want to just go in a spread out line?
You're asking pretty much what I was going to ask. Are
I'm
you
not
going,
saying that's
like,
the order, but
straight line, like single file, or wide and walking like this, or are
Probably
you like
wide.
in a?
I think
I'd
so too.
wide.
It'd be
at least
safer.
somewhat wide, like maybe
Probably
like
like the 2 and 3 that you had before.
yeah,
Placing stress fractures.
something like that.
Okay,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't.
Put the
That's not
strongest-
necessarily the order,
put the
but
strongest person in the middle.
about probably here. About how much do you think distance are you giving between each other?
Oh, how
I
much
do
rope
have
was it?
50
well, I
feet
have
of
a
rope.
lot of rope too, so
I
you can
have
tie a
50 feet as
bunch.
well.
So that shouldn't be an issue. I would say maybe 15 to 20 feet. It should
That's
probably
what,
be
this
quite
is
a
20
bit.
feet.
Okay.
Yeah, 15 and 20. I would say is
Melee
probably
range
pretty
apart
good.
from everybody.
Yeah, no.
Okay, no, that's good.
Nobody walk too
I
fast.
will say the folks who are at diagonal from each other have a hard time kind of seeing each other. Just when the snow picks up, and the wind is
But
kind of going.
we can see and feel the rope though.
Oh no, you can always, for the
Yeah.
most part, you can see the people
Don't
that
get
you're
too
directly
far ahead.
connected to. But if the person who's like
Take it
all the way
easy.
across,
If you
it's-
feel anything, let us know. Shout, whatever you need to do.
all right,
I'm gonna pull out like a small knife that I have and just hold it
sure.
in case I start to get pulled. I'll just
Yeah.
cut the rope.
Sure, you do you.
Love it.
If you go under, please don't do that.
I
You go
will
under,
not,
you're like,
yeah.
fuck this.
All right. So you guys take a little bit of time, just a
Yeah,
short period of time
definitely
to get
slower
that
than
and,
we were going,
and
for
go.
sure.
So yeah, you want to bring it down more to like normal speed for right now, or do you want to go even slower? Do you want to take it really slow?
Slower, I think.
It'll be thicker towards the middle, I would assume. So the shore would be if this is like a body of water, the shore would be the thinnest. So we should definitely go a little bit slower at the start, at least, if not the whole way.
I would say slower. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
slightly slower than normal, I would say.
Yep.
And stepping delicately.
Yes, do not pound.
Okay. Can you give me a d20 roll?
Oh shit.
20.
Oh my god.
Not.
You kind of, I don't know exactly how the thing is set up here, but you've been kind of, you have a good sense of direction and you know the direction you were heading in, and you can feel when people start pulling to a different direction and you're kind of yelling out like, hey, no, you pulled off the trail here, and you kind of try to direct people back. You make sure that everybody keeps spread out well, keeps heading in the correct direction, and
I'm assuming that I'm pretty good at going straight without vision.
Yeah.
'Cause I,
That and
That's-
the wind. If
yeah.
you know the wind's like this and it's just always like this. Then you're
so
good.
you make sure that the last leg of this day goes as smooth as you can possibly have it go. So you make it a little bit, you make it further out there, of which you're going to need to camp again. So I imagine you're just looking for similar
Yeah.
kind of like, so it doesn't take too long for you to eventually find something. So we'll go through the night cycle. So who was the second?
I can do it with one of the.
Sure. So give me a perception check.
I will have disadvantage because I don't have dark vision.
You don't have dark vision. That's
Yeah,
correct.
it's one of the elves should go.
That's your perception.
it's alright.
Mine too. You go.
Oh, I'll roll.
Are you guys gonna both roll? Are you both awake doing this?
I
Or-
can help because I have I'm proficient in perception, but I don't have dark vision. So
Right.
if I was to do it myself, I would have disadvantage.
So this roll, if you guys were doing this would be basically
Straight
not
roll?
based on vision at all, because obviously
Yeah.
with you being blind and you not having dark vision, you cannot
this
see
is
very
nice.
far.
Yeah.
But you have
We're in a
obviously
white
very
tundra
good
and we're
sense of
listening.
I
hearing.
can't see shit anyway.
Yeah.
so
So yeah, give me a perception check.
I'll give you.
8.
Is he giving advantage?
Plus
Advantage.
5. Oh, advantage?
Mhm.
Yeah.
The 8 plus 5 is a 13.
13.
Yeah.
So at some point throughout the night, it's mostly the same as it was before, just like loud wind, and like you hear certain things like way off in the distance, like animal sounds or something. You're not entirely sure. But at one point you think you hear like a little kerfuffle, like pretty far out. I would say maybe like 100 feet out. You hear something kind of happen, like almost like an animal makes a sound and kind of like a scrap of some kind. Obviously, neither of you can see this. Like, even if you pointed in that direction, he wouldn't spot anything. But you heard something out there. You don't know what it is. And you listen for a bit, and it's not getting any closer. But something happened out there at some point.
Okay.
So
Is it in the direction that we are continuing, or is
no, it would be
back?
So if you're going straight, it's almost 90 degrees to your side.
Yeah, so I basically tell.
You can see this thing was just terrified. It's just like huddled up in his like cloak, just like barely looking out at all, just like dead staring with eyes,
Okay.
shivering, not
In the
entirely
morning-
from the cold.
In the morning, I tell everybody what
Yep.
I heard.
No.
Does anybody care to look at what that was? Like, go in that direction? I'm just gonna-
We're on a
no?
mission.
Cool.
If it meets us, it meets us.
All right. So you'll keep going. So at this point, I am going to ask again. Are you gonna how quickly would you like to
Are we
move
off
through
the
this?
sheets?
Oh no, it's sheets for as far as you can
Oh,
see.
then probably still either.
Do we have any idea of like how far we've traveled already?
I'd say you two probably have a decent idea. You've maybe made it close to 50 miles.
God
We're
dang.
about a quarter of the way there.
Yeah. But you also slowed down a lot, and you started halfway through the day
I vote
ish
normal
on the
speed. I
first
feel
day.
like that now that we've gotten a day on the sheets, maybe we're
Yeah,
a little bit more
we're getting a
confident.
little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I
No
think
more than normal, though.
Normal
Yeah.
speed is
No more than normal.
Okay. So I will say, Rafay, roll a d20.
That's a 19.
19? Perfect. Maybe it's because
And back up in the village.
maybe it's because Sigmund is so paranoid at this point. But he is directing and helping out and calling things out in ways you've never seen him do it.
Just fucking do it!
Yeah, and just like making sure that what you've established over that last day of how you guys are moving forward, he's like, it's got to be like this, and
I think what you see is actually like near each of you all. There's like a small illusion of like a shadowy sphere that kind of just floats along with each of you,
Cool.
and just like is making sure you're pointed in the direction that you're going. There's like an arrow inside of it that's just pointing.
This way.
The rest of you three can see almost just like a floating
In
stationary.
450 miles, you will reach
It's
your
the thought that
destination.
I know, and I need to mess
Yeah,
up with
there
it.
is also a sound component to it. So like
Oh,
there is
okay.
a voice that comes out of it that just says, "Keep going in this way.
This way.
Keep going
It
straight."
is Crescento's
You're
first
turning
voice
left, you're turning
as a
left.
GPS. In 400 miles.
You will reach Sal's vault.
I'm Chrysanthus for the
Yeah, that the help of that makes it really easy for this day. You're able to keep going forward. There's certain times where it looks like maybe there's like you can see a visual, like a crack on top of one of the ice, and you kind of go around it, give it like a good clearing as to not potentially cause anybody to fall through, and you make it to the end of the day where you set up camp again. This time we will go for you to do a perception check. Yeah. I don't think you've done one yet, right?
No. I did the
All
other
of your
thing.
All alone. This is where the beast gets us.
Come get your
14.
14?
Yes.
Don't do it.
You see nothing. At
It's
this
It's
point,
already in our camp.
because it's gotten so flat out here, you can see for pretty much your entire dark vision, and you're kind of really alert. You've gone out hunting before and helped with all that around Palebank Village. So something like this is not entirely unfamiliar to you. So you're pretty comfortable with keeping an eye out for things, and you don't really gather that there's any sign of life around you.
Nice.
It seems pretty
Even these
good.
guys?
Yeah, they're gone.
They're good.
We completely froze.
We all died and we didn't even know.
Alright, Jared.
So
Be your turn.
yeah, so
We're all very quickly covered, but at some point I will want to ask the people who handled the vial if they're noticing blue veins
I didn't
anywhere.
touch it. I didn't touch it.
You were close to it.
Yeah, but I put it in
In a
grabbed it in a
cloth,
cloth
yeah.
and distributed it in a
so
cloth.
normal pace again.
Yep.
Keeping up with that. All
But
right.
no, so far.
And at some point, I would probably talk to the Diza about the fairy dragon and what her interest was in it. And
Yeah, why?
Oh. Just not Alyssa.
It looked delicious.
I've never had it.
Never had butterfly.
My interest in it?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's just cute. I haven't seen one like that before.
Oh, so you want it as a pet?
I mean, I probably
You
wouldn't
look sad
hate
and
it.
enslaved.
Well, I wouldn't hate it if it chose me and followed me around. I'd probably throw it a scrap of food now and then. I'm not saying I wanted one.
Would you teach it to fight?
Yes. That would be my purpose.
That's a scary thought.
Well, I mean, it flies, and it's a dragon. I don't know, it seems like pretty cool people will have a little dragon creature that flies with them.
I suppose. Maybe we'll find one. Maybe it's a creature that is native from this area.
Yeah, I mean, if one happens to follow us around, I guess that might be okay. Whatever.
Alright, I'll try not to kill one if I find one.
Me
All
too.
right. Chrysanthifer, give me a roll.
God damn.
Nat 20.
We're flying through this shit,
You
man.
guys are
It's
flying
gonna be
through
me.
it.
Oh no.
So
You guys all put
feel free to
Yeah, I rolled it too.
feel free to flavor on this however you want, but I think as you've been going through, you've been taking in
marching through it at this point.
you maybe it's because you're so underthinking it that there's no way you could possibly get lost.
You're also skating gracefully.
That-
Oh,
Yeah.
sick of
That you're like, but I think maybe that's also taking the edge off of everybody else who's maybe a little bit nervous about just venturing super far out into this, that like your distraction is helping everybody out. You don't find anything. You're able to stay on the path and keep going and make the full trek of this. And I would say for you two, you get the sense once we kind of get to the end of the day here and you're feeling like it's a good time to set up camp, you feel like you're probably about halfway there.
We're almost there, guys. Perception.
So I'm gonna do this perception thing, and then we're gonna kind of speed up the playthrough of the back half of this. So give me a perception check, whoever's
It's
next.
our turn.
2?
Mine's not bad.
No.
12.
Let me double check. I think it's -1. It might be a +1. It's -1. Yeah, 2.
Yeah, you don't see anything.
He's still
You're
singing.
still singing.
Yeah. For 14 straight hours.
It comes back.
I would say for
This
you,
is the song.
you do have dark vision, right?
I do.
So I think you see right at the edge of your vision, it seems like there's maybe something just like running parallel to your
How
path.
far?
60 feet out maybe.
It doesn't look like it's coming towards us.
Not at the moment. It's kind of parallel to you. You don't know what it is. You
It's
just see
still running though,
you
or
just-
like a streak.
you saw movement kind of go past you like in parallel, like way out at like 60 feet, just parallel to you.
Just I'm not going to alert him because then it might take him off his calm demeanor. So I'll just keep an eye on it. Hopefully it doesn't come closer. Whatever.
I will say. Actually, a question. I imagine you guys are trying to keep the campfire lit throughout the whole night just because it's so cold
If
out
anything
here.
got closer, maybe I would scuff it out, but it'd have to get really close.
I'll say you keep an eye on it, and doesn't seem like there's anything coming any closer. You might even get the idea that the fire maybe kept it away.
Good. Good.
But
I will definitely let the team know that and say it might be something similar to what you heard.
Oh, good.
And it seems
'Cause
like the fire may or may not keep it away.
What I heard sounded like two creatures fighting to death.
I saw something would appear to maybe be running, but it didn't get any closer.
Was it one creature or more than one?
It's hard to tell. It just
Good
was
to
about
know.
60 feet away, moving parallel to where we were, and never got closer. Fire might be our friend.
so for the last remaining days here, we're gonna combine the rolls for the day. So instead of doing a day and a night sort of roll, we're just gonna do a single roll.
How many days is it
No
total?
pressure on me.
How many days have you guys done
How
total?
many more days will we?
I mean, it does depend on
The
your.
pace, I guess. Yeah.
It depends on the pace that you want to do, but based on what you've already been doing, you think if you are doing at a normal pace, maybe 4 more days. So we'll just. I
How
assume.
the fuck did they find this place?
But try and go at a fast pace.
We're not going to be able to get through all this tonight. It's getting close to 10. So let's keep going.
Yeah. Well, he said we should go at a fast pace, and I was waiting to see if anybody said anything.
Yeah.
Sure.
Fast.
We only have
do it.
I only have 10 days of rations, and we've used 3 of them. So
We still have to get back
still have to
to-
get back to.
Wait, you would have had more than
I
that.
didn't start on any.
That's a mistake on your part.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and I'm not sharing.
Well, that's why. Do you guys want to do fast then?
Yeah.
Keep going fast.
Sure.
We got more comfortable going normal.
I think are we still on the thin sheets or?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty much thin sheets as far as you can see.
Then let's go on normal. Then. If we're still on like
Yeah.
the thin sheets, like
All right.
I don't like walking.
Give me
fast on
give me a
ice.
d20
I
roll
agree.
because it's
my
oh
turn.
it's your turn then. Yeah, sorry.
18.
Day goes uneventful. Everything is good.
You know
You
we're
keep-
gonna whatever we fight this metal suit, we're gonna be
keep
rolling
going?
1s and 2s.
All right. Next day we go. So give me a roll.
Come on, decent.
I'm the only one.
Big
that
one,
has
big
rolled
one,
real
big one.
shit.
Nothing happened. It's fine. We just put like a werewolf on our track.
Perfect.
7.
Roll a d6.
Nothing happens.
What?
Yeah.
So it must be
Okay.
like 1-5 maybe.
So yeah,
Okay,
keep
okay.
going. You're making good time. Nobody has fallen through
Any,
the ice.
any signs of the creatures?
Nope.
3.
I just casually shoot
Roll
fire.
a d6.
I just
Yeah.
casually shoot firebolts. So just stay away, motherfuckers.
3.
Blood.
Blood, death, and man follow us.
You as you're walking, you see maybe like just kind of ahead of you off to the right side of it, maybe like 30 feet outside. It looks like an animal laying in the snow, maybe.
I hear an animal lying in the snow.
Oh yeah, you're then you wouldn't notice it.
Could he smell
Would
it?
I hear it or
No,
smell
it's
it?
not
or-
making any
Dead.
noise.
Can he smell the rotting flesh?
It'd be kind of hard out here. Also, like I'd say maybe you get a whiff of something, but you don't really know. You're just like something smells bad.
I got a whiff of
Death.
death.
But I would say like all of you kind of moving in this direction together, one of you is probably going to spot this thing because it's not that far outside, but there is some sort of creature there, unmoving,
Big.
fairly big, but it's
Dope.
not moving. It's laying there in the snow. It's not directly in your path. It's off to the side, but you do see it.
Anyone sees anything?
Yeah, there's definitely something dead up ahead to the side.
Should we look?
I don't know what we get from looking.
I think we just keep a close eye on our surroundings.
Yeah, I think the only thing we could possibly get is figure out what sort of thing killed it, but
We might be in
Is that
stalked
gonna
already.
help us at all? Like we
I
have
don't
what we
think so.
have, right?
Yeah, we might be being stalked, but keep an eye out.
Do I hear any creatures throughout the day? Do I hear any creatures or anything else?
Specifically,
No, and I will say, like, out here, it's harder for you to perceive things than normal because the wind is so loud that it muffles so much of everything else that it's really hard for you to pick up anything beyond like close range.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. But other than that, if you guys keep moving, but keeping more of a look all around you because of that, but you still make good time and you still kind of get through to the end of the day. So I guess Rafay is the next
good
roll.
Good roll.
3,
Oh,
Roll a
D6.
Uh-oh.
5.
Oh, that's something different.
So as you're going, somewhat in your path, you kind of see up ahead that it looks like there's something kind of partially buried under the snow. You can't really. It's maybe like waist high. Just a little. You can see a little coloration of something peeking out and then kind of like cresting over the top of the snow, like snow on top of it, and it's kind of in your path.
I pointed out to Chrysanthemum by sending him a message, and then I immediately began casting Mage.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Saddle on up to it.
Yeah. So you get close. It's kind of hard to tell exactly what it is because barely any of it is peeking through the snow. There's just like a little bit, and you kind of just see. It's hard to tell. Is it like almost like a? Looks almost like a scale or something.
Oh god.
It's not moving. There's no noise or anything.
Yeah,
but
it's
stalking
here.
us.
do you want to brush the snow away, or do you want to?
Brush the snow away with the tip of my blade.
So as you start to clear it, it looks like you can see multiple scales, and you're maybe thinking, "Oh shit, what
How big
did I
is this?
just come across?" But as you clear more,
Is everything okay?
It's Katoa.
It's still not moving. There's nothing in sight. But once you kind of start to clear it, you get kind of an idea of what this is. It's an egg.
Oh.
It is a 3-foot egg. And if you try to kind of like lift it over, it's about 50 pounds.
Are you guys hungry?
I don't approach you because I don't want to group up.
Yeah.
But
It's a
something's
big
alright.
egg!
That looks very big.
I said it's a big egg!
Oh, that's not good. That means we might be in something's lair.
Something's nest.
Nest.
Where's Mama?
Should I bring it over?
No. No, not touch it, please. Let's,
if you step away from it, like step up to it and take a look at it, and very carefully walk over. I try to examine it?
Make a nature check.
Would my past experience smuggling beasts
I
Smuggling beasts. We already did.
I will give you advantage, not because of anything specifically that you've experienced, but based on some of your studies, you might have an idea of what this is and some of the work you were involved in.
advantage. And what was the check?
Nature.
God.
Excellent.
That's a 7.
A 7?
Wow.
I rolled a 1 and a 4.
I
You
saw that roll.
you are convinced it's a dragon egg.
I think if this is what I think it is, we need to get out of here. I think this might be a dragon egg.
Oh, that's not good. We definitely need to move.
Should we pick up the pace?
Yes.
Potentially. For a little bit, anyway.
Yeah.
Just still light steps, but we should pick it up a bit. Slightly faster than slightly faster than slightly faster. than normal.
Sure. Yeah. You leave egg of whatever that was behind and keep moving. You pick up the pace a little bit, so you get a little bit extra ground today. You definitely feel like if it is in this direction that you were mapped out to, you think you're going to get there tomorrow, assuming you can actually come across it. So you guys go down for the rest, and then is it you're the next one in the list?
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll do this first, and then I'm going to get like another roll after this.
12.
Yep, we don't find anything. I'm going to ask the people who were kind of originally like trying to lead the group to make a survival check, and you can either make one each or you can give the other person advantage. It doesn't really matter because you both have a +3, but
One
flavor wise, however you want to do it.
Another competition.
Chaos dice. 10 plus 3.
Okay.
Nature?
Survival.
Survival.
Okay. Ooh, 21.
Whew.
13.
Again, I think it's probably the wind is kind of throwing your senses off a little bit here, and you're trying to, you think you're heading in the right direction, but you're not catching anything on the wind that sounds any differently than it just kind of brushing snow and everything that's around. You, though, as you're going, you do see off in the distance there what looks like some sort of structure of some kind.
Okay.
It doesn't look like a cave.
Oh.
Aormaton.
Yorian ruin.
Yeah. So there's a lot of snow, but you think that could be it, and that might be the place that they were talking about. If you want to head towards it.
Yep. I think I see the ruins up ahead.
Stay sharp, people.
Stay frosty.
Stay frosty.
So as you start to approach it,
That would be a joke you'd make.
so as you're coming up to it, through wind-whipped snow and biting cold, you notice a half-submerged dark blue stone building poking up through the ice. A gray stone door is carved to look like a face with a half-exposed skull.
Whoa.
Scribed above the door is the word Salzwald.
There it is. That's convenient.
Salt.
So you come up to you see this door, and not unlike what Orvo said they encountered, it appears that when they hauled ass out of there and slammed the door behind them to keep going, it refroze over. So there is a big door that is you try like there's a lot of ice kind of forming up.
Conveniently, we have a pickaxe.
I will cast Mage Armor on myself.
Sure.
Can we speak friend and enter?
So I'm gonna pull out the
You try.
pickaxe. You might be better at this than me. It seems like we need to clear some ice.
I'm on it. Crack all my bones and stretch.
Sure. So while they're getting ready to do that, what is everybody else doing? You kind of just chilling and watching, or what?
I'm going to be facing away from the door,
Okay.
keeping an eye out, just scanning.
I'm gonna circle around kind of this place and just like check it out from different angles, see if there's maybe a different entrance, if there's anything that's not immediately obvious from the
Sure.
front.
Looking
And-
for methods and or
Same.
dragons.
And also trying to just like skulk away from where the
Right.
noise is coming from
Mhm.
as we start doing the mining.
Yep.
Like
So yeah, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
do have a tinderbox, so I want to light a torch.
Light torch? Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Yep. Easy. Yeah, definitely like that. Lights it up, makes it a bit brighter here. You also, because you made up a little bit of pace, it's still kind of afternoon. It's not quite at the end of the day, so there's still a bit of light in the sky for sure. Actually, and what are you doing during this?
Katoa.
Cool. So perception check,
Updating my
perception
journal.
check, and do an attack roll.
That's what I'm doing. I'm
What
keeping
are
up on my
the-
correspondence.
Everything I have +5 for. hit.
Yeah, it'd be the same for hit.
I'll
Yeah.
be 19 for perception.
18 perception.
Or actually, sorry, you can. Actually, no. Yeah, give me that. What did you roll?
18.
Okay. And
19.
19. And then what did you roll for attack?
7.
7. Okay.
damn it.
You. Yeah. It's. It's hard. You kind of like go and it scrapes off to the
I
side.
want to
And,
help her over there.
yeah, you can keep going. Rafay, you start going across. You do see that, like, as you get a little bit further, you start to get a little careful
Yeah,
because
that's better. It's a door.
it looks like the building is partially submerged into the water on the far end. And you actually, when you kind of take a step back and look at it, the building is like kilted on its side a little bit. Like the building is not straight. But other than that, you don't get the sense that there are any other entrances, or if they are, they might be in the water. So as far as you can tell, this might be the only entrance. For you, you're looking around and trying to keep an eye out. You do kind of, as you're looking, the building kind of like goes around like this. So you kind of walked into here, and just off on the one side of the building, you do see like a little...
Yeah.
Like peeking around the side. You see it in the corner of your vision first. You see something peek out at the top here. What do you do to just noticing? Do you look over to it?
Yeah.
So as soon as you look over to it and you guys like lock eyes, it flies off at you.
The method?
It is a method. So just for the sake of this, because this is just a little flavor thing, we're not going to go into like full initiative. I'm just going to go around like this, and we can just kind of talk about how we kind of fight these little guys here. So the one of them flies straight at you.
As it's flying, am I able to like I'm assuming it has to close.
It has to close the distance.
Is it in like an initiative style order? Because I would
Go-
shoot a fucking fireball.
Yeah, no,
as
you
soon
have
as it starts
time
flying.
because you caught it before, like
Yeah.
before it had a chance to really do anything. You can kind of prepare yourself.
Yeah,
So
I'll
if you
just
want to,
instantly throw like the rope and
Yep.
shoot a fire.
yeah, go for it.
Can I also ask, because I had hit the door one more time.
Okay.
I rolled a 12 to hit it. I just want to know if the door opens.
You hit a 12.
Like, I hit for 12. Like, I rolled a 12 to hit.
Yeah, you do. When you connect with that, it hits it and vibrates it enough that it shatters all the ice that was kind of enclosing the frame of the door.
Okay, so it's not open. But
It's not open, but the ice is no longer blocking it.
22 to hit.
That definitely hit.
10 fire damage.
So,
Lighted the fuck up.
not only do you hit it, but it seems to just burn right up on this creature. It kind of almost falls out of the air and hits the ground. It is like barely moving and trying to get back up. If
Step on it.
We have company.
so, if anybody else would like to, because it's so stunned by this, if somebody wanted to react and go do something with it before it has a chance to
Oh
restabilize
yeah,
itself.
I get my bow and
Another
All right.
stall gun.
All right. So as you do that, a second one comes in behind you that you weren't paying attention to because you were going over to that one, and it's going to swoop down and try to like scratch at the back of your head before, like you still get that one, but before anybody else can notice the second one, it's going to take a swing at you. And it misses horribly. So it kind of like goes and swoops down and just misses you and starts to come back around, and it's starting to
as
fly.
it comes down, I hear and I kind of do like a forward flip.
Yep, and it totally
Just so that
just,
in the movement of like ducking, I basically do
just roll through it.
I roll
Yep.
through it.
So it circles back around, starts to come back towards the group. You were getting the door open, so your back's kind of
just
all
get
to all of this.
Chrysanthemum.
You
I
were
was
stepped
far
away,
away,
so
yeah.
Chrysanthemum, you
Yeah,
see
I
this
was like-
engagement going on.
What the heck are these things?
That kill.
Okay. sort of.
You see that thing.
Oh,
Oh,
They have
you're so weird.
So you just run straight over to it.
Yeah.
Love it. Make an attack.
22.
That
and
hits.
him hit the same damage rolls.
5 plus 4, 9.
9, and
That's
it's
pretty
with
close.
sword, right?
Yep.
Okay, so you clip it in one of its wings, and it kind of like, it almost seems kind of like it's made of ice at that point, and it just kind of shatters parts of its wings and throws it off, and it's kind of spiraling now over to the
Ice
side.
method.
So it goes over there. I'll say you're still making your way back. So we'll come back over to you at this point. You see this one that's kind of like spiraling and trying to right itself with its other wing. It's trying to turn itself back.
Is it just the one?
Just the one.
So yeah, just shot that one. See you clobber it, and I'll just turn to the one that's fighting him and shoot another firebolt. 11.
I'll just go there because that is a hit.
Oh, I'm so good. Let's do the action. Yeah. 4 points of fire damage.
4 points of fire. So very similar to the other one. It's trying to right itself, and when you hit it, the burn goes up its other wing, and it kind of just goes into the ground.
Finish him.
It is on the ground now, and it's kind of like hopping around, like not entirely sure what to do.
Keep
But
on.
at this point, we'll go back over
I
to
will
you.
run, jump forward, flip, and
Go for it. Yeah, make an attack. It also is. It looks pretty weak. Like it's kind of hobbling.
23.
Oh.
23 to hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Roll for damage, but I'm pretty sure it's.
6.
Yeah. You swing over it and it like it just shatters into a bunch of pieces.
And I bask in the shower of pieces.
You all take a minute to look around.
These might be the things
Don't
that
get a sense that there are any others.
this might be the things that Orvo was talking about. The creatures they followed over here.
The Muppets.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But the door is unblocked. If you
Yeah.
would like to.
I would like to open the door.
Cool.
Sounds like a door handle.
Yeah.
She can push it open. All right. So you're going to step inside. The heavy stone walls of the room dampen the cold in the howling wind outside. An inscription in what looks like draconic runes is carved into the east wall. So I'll let you. So, like this. This is the front door you just came into. And then you see on the left-hand side, there's a closed... No, you came in from there.
Oh.
There is a closed door on the left side, and there is a partially ajar door on the right.
I'll step inside after Lisa.
And then, does anybody know Draconic?
I don't.
If only Astra was here.
I do not.
I wonder why.
All right. So you do see some. You see some of those runes kind of like etched in there, but you have no idea what it
The
says.
south wall on the outside, that was in common?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
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 Step inside.
Yeah.
Do we want to close the door in case any more of these creatures come back?
It'll be dark inside, but that's fine.
Or is it gonna
I'm
I
gonna
guess you
go
have a
wait?
torch.
But
and then light up his shield
is
again.
it gonna freeze us?
So actually,
In?
on that note, when you step in, this room is because you've opened, like when you opened the doors, some of the sunlight came into this room, so you could kind of see. There's the locked door on your left, or you assume it's locked, but the one on the right, because it's partially open, you do see a little bit of light coming through from where the door is partially open.
I'll
So-
still cast light on his shield.
Yep. So what would you like to do? You've got a couple of doors here. I will say what you do notice as well, all of the walls around are made of some sort of blue stone. The doors that you see are a very dark, kind of like black material. You're not entirely sure what it is.
Close the door a little bit, maybe leave it slightly ajar.
And
Make sure it
then
doesn't
I would like
lock.
to open this one and take a little gander down this way.
Are you just looking through, or are you
Yep,
like
to start.
okay?
Just looking.
This might be
So-
the room that the
Just a little
dwarfs
peep, perhaps.
went through.
Perhaps Haldir and I can sneak ahead, maybe, and see.
If you're comfortable doing that, for sure.
If I'm not on my own, maybe.
Sure. I'll do it with like.
So, what you see in that next room, from what you can gather, are stone tables that lie in pieces on the floor. 2 open stone chests stand against the west wall,
Diamond looted.
This is where the dwarfs
and a
were.
layer of fine sand coats the inside of the chests and the floor around them.
So that's probably where
And that's
Orvo.
what you see
These ones are
there.
closed chests?
open.
They're like partially open,
Oh, okay.
and there's like sand on the floor.
Is there another door?
And there is a door on the opposite side of the room.
Remember, there's potentially suits of metal.
I'm gonna
In
try
here.
and just like sneak up. to
Yep,
that
go
door
for it,
and
boys.
see if I-
Yeah, can we both go? for
You're
stealth?
sneaking into
They're
that
both
room?
gonna
Yeah.
sneak in.
Okay, make stealth checks.
Be on high alert.
Ooh,
18.
Okay.
9.
9. And here they come.
All right. So what do you do when you're in there?
I'm taking a look at the chest to see if there's anything in there, and then moving on to the door and trying to see if there's any traps if the door's locked.
All right. Give me an investigation check. What are you doing?
Trying to sense if there's any
Not good.
hidden
Not good.
elements to this room? So like,
You're just too scared.
does the echo sound different from any direction? Like I hit my staff lightly against stone or against the wall.
So I'll say while you're doing that and you're trying to do it, you accidentally hit a stone that knocks another one, and it kind of just crumbles off. Does that makes a little bit of sound?
Helmet or bucket.
No. So you hear that, and when you're like, oh shit, and you wait for a second. You don't think you hear anything, so you get ready to start to do it again, and then you hear something behind the door that it here.
Oh god.
My staff turns blue.
Rafay, what did you roll?
Natural 1.
Oh, yeah. You don't get an idea of anything. There's sand.
I like sand.
There is sand.
Of course.
I will begin casting a spell. In about 6 seconds. Cast invisibility on myself.
Cool. So you start to hear the sound, and then the door just
start to back away.
opens, and you see 2 suits of armor start walking through the door towards you.
Oh god.
So that door swings open, and you see these 2 guys. So this one opens the door through, and the other one's kind of just behind.
There's Cyberman.
I went invisible and started moving back to the room that we were in.
Yeah, so we're going to have to roll initiative on that one.
I have to pee so bad. I'm so excited. Not good for once.
Alright.
Oh my god, you wasted on initiative. You just get so excited you see something, you're like, let's go!
Alright, over 20?
This guy won.
21.
God, what a beast.
2 21s.
Oh wait, you rolled 21 as well?
Yeah.
You would probably have
Chris
higher.
No, I think we both have a +1.
You do. Rollies.
Rollies.
11.
You and I both had a +1. So yeah.
Fuck. Wasn't the actual raw value different? No, it was. Okay. 17.
You go first.
Alright. 15 to 20.
17.
Okay. 10 to 15.
I got 11.
Okay.
And I rolled an 8.
And that, okay.
That's a really cool
You
notebook.
get there?
Assuming the door isn't as closed as
No,
that.
The door has
I
been
think it's
swung
been open
open.
and it's double
Yeah.
wide.
Alright, so we start off with Chrysanthifer. You,
Get in there, young child!
You definitely hear these, they start clamming through into the
go for
room.
Excuse me, pardon me, coming through.
What are you? Are you like a wizard rogue? I'm so confused.
Basically.
As he's going, he's like, Ukuto.
He's still, you can't get out of his head. Alright.
So darn catchy. Ooh, that's
I'm a
nice.
criminal wizard.
You're what?
I'm a criminal wizard.
Criminal wizard? I like it.
Alright, can I get my shield ready with the light illuminating them nice and bright?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
Crank away, nice overhand swipe with the,
Come
the
on.
old swipe.
Oh.
11.
No, that misses. Kind of
Level
just
1.
clanks off the side.
Level 2 now.
Still level 1. At heart.
Alrighty. Don't think I can do much other than that.
Alright, Sigmund.
Send your line after them, Siegfried.
I guess I will just cast. No, actually, casting that will break invisibility. I will back away into the room that we came from to clear out some space for everyone else.
Back a bit. Sigmund's going that way a bit.
Alright.
Can you see if this is in the shot at all? On there?
Nope.
Hmm.
I'm gonna have to go pee after my turn.
See what we see.
I think I'm just gonna run away and hide in this room. That's it.
Coward! We don't know though. Well, I'm assuming we can see footprints in the sand.
Possibly.
Alright. Dissa.
Oh,
Decent.
that's me.
Decent nuts.
I would like to rage please.
Yeah.
Roger?
Yup.
And then, because I have reckless now,
Hell yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So advantage on my first attack on my turn, and then I'm gonna let's go here. What else? No,
Sure.
I'll go here. I'm gonna go here, and then I'm gonna go after this mofo
Okay.
with my battle axe.
Eldritch Blast.
It's your warhammer.
Yeah. Can I get my daggers back? Probably not.
Are you going to reckless the attack?
I said that.
Oh, I
It's
didn't hear that.
advantage.
Oh yeah.
Oh
man.
no.
You
Uh,
got,
Okay,
we
you
got
gotta get
some.
your other dice back.
We got some
Nope,
Alyssa
that
rolls.
misses.
You
here.
gotta get your other dice back.
God freaking
Yeah,
damn it.
just swings to the side of it and it just kind of shifts out of the way for a second.
It was reckless.
That was pretty reckless. Haldir.
Didn't roll good either then.
I will, seeing the two in front of me, I will try to jump on the wall and then come back at them. Like
Dope
do
monk
a,
shit.
Yeah, dope shit.
All right, I dig it.
To try to hit with the bow staff. And that misses terribly. That's an 8.
That misses.
not
So I
good.
think you go to kick off the wall, and it kind of maybe it's like you just hit a patch that's a little bit slippery or something, so you don't really kind of kick back off of it, and you kind of just stumble a little bit, and it can't get your full swing into it.
Okay, but I can still try to take the unarmed strike
Yeah,
bonus.
go for it.
Yeah, okay, so I will
So
try
where'd
to
you-
kick
Yeah,
it.
where
where
did you?
did
Which
you
side
move
did
to?
you move to?
I
Kicked off that
here.
wall in.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's over there now. Yeah.
And then I will try to kick it in the face. Different dice. Oh, that's better. 18.
That hits.
Nice.
Still don't get any.
So
18 hits.
I get 5 points damage in.
Nice.
How do you want to do this? Oh wait, trademarked.
So yeah, missing my bow staff strike. I go and hit with my elbow on the
Nice.
helmet of the thing.
Yeah.
Donk.
It hurts a little bit,
Bow.
but yeah, you give it a good rattle. All right, Samuel.
What did they roll? God damn. Okay, I'm going to not do that. I'm going to see the 3 brave souls, see a couple footprints and go, what the fuck? And then I'll just look in the doorway and I'm going to cast Blast at you 3 that are all up on the armor. I'm not going
shit.
in.
I'm just putting in the doorway.
Just don't do that. So yeah, the 3 that are up front are all now hashtag
Is
blast.
that a D4?
1d4 on attacks and saving throws, maybe.
Cheers.
Yeah.
To hit or for a
To hit.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna go.
Nice.
Sick.
All right.
That's nice.
I'm just gonna say that. I'm gonna Sigmund.
So the one that first came through that you ran straight
Check
up
the
to,
stream.
he's going to actually, he's going to make a multi-attack on you. So he's going to try to clobber you with both his hands here. So the first one is an 11.
Nope.
No, it's a 10. Even worse.
Nope. Shield.
And he just hits both onto straight. You just hold your shield straight up and it just punches into your shield twice. The other one here, see, like full intent on just running straight at you, has a monk right in front, cuts right in front of him. So it's just going to go and take 2 swings at the monk that came flying in out of nowhere.
Yep.
So does a? There's no way that hits. An 11 hit you?
Sure does not.
Yeah. Haldir?
Sorry, 11?
Yeah.
No.
But a natural 20 does.
Silvery barbs.
What?
Silvery barbs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Support wizard.
Yep. 8 misses you.
Misses.
So just, you can describe what happens.
You see the invisibility drop, and the crystal, he just
Can you
turns
grab me a
around.
beverage, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Everybody else good?
I'll take one of those ciders. From there.
Good.
Yeah, I'm good. What do we see, Rafay?
Mercy?
You see the invisibility drops, and you're probably the only one who can see this. I mean,
Yeah, I'm standing across from you.
the invisibility drops, and he turns back around and he holds up the crystal, and almost like the shadow in the room sticks to this guy's fist and almost like pulls it back a little bit,
Nice.
restraining him, and his attack like slows down.
Yep.
You're giving me just enough
I got
time.
silvery barbs.
Oh shit! I didn't even
Love
know
it.
you would have that already.
All right. That is it for the 2 suits of
So
armor.
who got
They
the
did-
natural 20?
They it would have been him if not for the
I would
silvery
have gotten
barbs.
fucked by that.
How
Um,
much damage you take?
so back up to the top,
didn't.
Chrysanthemum.
Wait,
All right.
Silver Barbs gets rid of all damage?
No, I have to roll again.
Oh, and then he
Imposes
missed.
disadvantage.
Okay.
I'm
Cheeky
going
bastard.
to, as a follow-up to the
Ooh.
silvery barbs,
Yep.
I get to choose a creature that I can see within range. I'm going to give advantage to the target of that attack. So
Oh, so you have
Your
advantage
next
on your
attack
next
has-
attack. There you go. Keep that in
Goddamn
mind.
Wizards.
Nice.
All right, Chrysanthemum.
Get him, buddy!
Feeling a little more confident after blocking those shots and feeling a little blessed.
You do have the hashtag
Bless up.
Yeah, I am going to cast Searing Smite.
Ooh,
So just this fiery light gets imbued on the blade. I crank it back, and
Oh my god. No.
the D4 wrecked
I
it,
feel
eh?
like you.
I should have given you the advantage.
I feel like you've hit really well, but when you miss, it's always been a 2.
It's
It's a curse of being a
it just
paladin.
wanted to rock back, and the
I
D4
know.
just sat in the way.
Yeah, they
We can throw
literally
them separately
landed.
next
They
time.
literally landed on
I'm
top of each
guessing.
other.
Anyway, 9.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
No.
Maybe the.
It's okay. The sword looks cool with
Yeah,
the shield
it
right
looks
now.
dope,
Yeah,
but maybe it
you're
almost
like,
startles you a
"Whoa."
little bit because you were like, oh my god,
It worked.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's
Alright.
like your first time casting a paladin thing in your life. You're like, oh.
Yeah, like make the prayer to this, and it actually works this time.
All right. Unfortunately, it does not connect with the armor. So we will go back to Sigmund.
See if I can firebolt one of them. Probably
Sure.
the one
There
that's
you are.
closer.
Sure.
I'm visible now.
Yeah, he revealed himself with the silvery barbs.
Right, so just a note, I'm concentrating now.
Okay,
Oh, I'm missing.
That's a 23.
that definitely hits.
Or D10 though. 3 points of fire damage.
All right. Yep.
Damage is damage.
No, it scuffs up part of his armor.
And I'm going to try and duck into somewhere where they wouldn't have vision of me. So like in the corner.
Opposite
the other
of
corner?
my- yeah, that they wouldn't be able to see you from there.
Cast your life.
Dissa.
Can I confirm? With Reckless, it says on the first attack of my turn. So each turn that I go, I can be Reckless?
You would
Yeah.
have to reuse it.
You have to use
Yeah.
it. You have to
don't-
keep
yeah.
using
So
it.
just say you're going reckless again.
I'm going Reckless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's turns you might not want to, and you don't. It doesn't
if you
maintain.
take a lot of
through-
damage, you're like, I don't want them to have advantage.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going Reckless, and then I have a D4.
Yep.
So that's 17 to hit.
She can do
With the
damage!
D4.
Huh?
Did you roll the D4?
Do I need to?
Let's find out.
Come on.
If 18's the
20 to hit?
That hits.
Okay.
well, 18 hits. So.
Yeah.
You never know though. 18 could be the armor class.
And then with my battle
Hasn't done
axe.
before.
Is
Warhammer.
battle axe.
To be fair, I do like battle axes better than battle hammers,
1d8.
but you did say you specified.
Plus 3 is 5 plus 2, 7 points of damage.
Damn.
Very nice.
Does it look like it hits hard, or is it?
No more than normal. Yeah, it does make a
I was
very
just wondering
sizable
if it-
like dent in the.
I was
Yeah.
just wondering if it did.
It does kind of like
less.
push in part of the armor there. That hit very hard.
Doink,
Um.
badoink.
All right, Haldir. Which one are you attacking? The same one?
One.
The one that you were originally attacking. So this one's been hit.
Yeah.
So that one, the other one is
Yeah.
untouched at the moment. Okay.
I'll continue hitting that one.
Yep.
This one?
Yeah.
What'd you roll?
Advantage on.
And you do. Have
Yeah, I did roll with advantage
And
for yes, for 16.
That misses.
Okay, so I will try again for my unarmed strike. That was kind of cocked. Okay, for 16 again. No.
16 again.
You
No.
know what 17 hits?
We don't.
Unfortunately,
We
both
16 and 18.
are unable to connect at just the right thing that you want there, so it just kind of skips off the side of them.
No dope on shit.
All right,
Okay.
Samuel.
That's me. Nobody's taken any hits yet, babe.
Not yet. They'll get you.
I look at Sigmund and say, I like the cut of your jib. Fireball.
Fireball.
Bolt. Bolt.
Oh my god.
That's a natural one. I hit in the corner.
Yeah, it
of
just
them.
hits over in the corner.
Damn it.
I have too many glowing objects in my
Yeah.
hand.
I'm just like,
distracting
oh, blind. That's it.
The Ama are up. It's going to try. It is very determined to get past this shield, so it's going to keep swinging into this guy.
This one?
That is an 18 to hit.
Meets
Yeah,
beats.
that is.
Oh, it connected.
Ah, shit.
All right. That is. Oh, come on. That is 3 points of bludgeoning,
He did it.
and then it'll swing at you with its other arm.
It gets 2.
That one is 21 to hit.
Misses.
Oh god.
And that is.
Don't worry, I got you, friend.
That is 5 points of
8
bludgeoning.
points damage.
Uh-oh.
8 points total?
Yeah. The other one will swing at the monk again. Haldir in front of him.
Dex saving throw for concentration? Twice?
Oh, concentration. It's a con save. Yeah.
Con. But
Twice.
it's...
It would be twice, but they're under 10, so you just got to get above 10.
Yeah.
I just need a 10.
He does with your con mod?
Con...
Saving throw?
Yeah, plus 2, so that's
Okay.
10. Nope.
Oh,
6.
oh
Damn
no.
it.
So
Searing
the
spike
searing
goes-
spike. Yeah, the sun goes out.
Okay,
Nice.
sometimes it takes a bit to learn how to perform.
First attack, I'm using that one.
Nice.
Next attack is a 23.
Ooh, that can hit.
And that hits you for 4 bludgeoning damage. So it
Alright.
catches you right in the side.
Come on, spike.
All right, and we're back up to Chrysanthemum, whose sword just went out.
God dang it. Yeah, well, at this point, kind of stuck here. A little awkward.
Well,
Been a little less confident.
you got this, buddy.
Thanks, man. Crank it back again.
Remember your hashtag? I told you wasted this shit. Holy fucking 3 and a 1 on the blessed eye.
God.
My god. What's happening?
8 this time. Last time it was 7.
I misses.
Oh no.
Question:
And that is why.
does the blast apply only
This poor
once or
guy.
for every hit?
Until
Losing
he
his
stops
confidence.
concentrating on it.
Oh, I forgot to apply blast on the last one. It's okay.
Oh wow.
It's okay.
Just have to remember it for the next one.
Shit, I'll be better at reminding.
All right, that
Hashtag
ends
blast.
Chrysanthemum's
Because I did it for the primary attack, but I did it for the
Sigmund,
bonus
you
roll.
are up.
Fire
Everything.
bolt.
Yeah.
Weird.
Oh god.
9
Hey.
plus 5, so 14.
That does not hit, unfortunately.
We're dead.
That
rolling
is
like
your
shit.
go.
I told you we
Dissa.
wasted so many good dies on.
I
Like
believe
that
in you.
journey here was great, but we
Reckless?
wasted
Yep.
so many good die. Come on, Dehisa.
Okay.
Plus.
Well, I mean, I hit. 18, 21, 20.
Yep.
A lot.
Yep.
26.
20 a lot.
Yeah.
20 a lot.
20 a lot.
26.
Okay. Battle axe. 1d8 plus 3.
Murder it.
Murder it.
I'm gonna use this one this time.
Oh.
9 points of damage.
Oh.
Because I'm not rushing.
Is this 1d8? Are you doing it one-handed or two-handed?
It's a D12, isn't it?
That was
Oh,
2
Oh,
handed,
wait,
should
is
be.
that what that means? Because it says
Wait, have you
1d8
been-
plus 3, and then underneath it says 1d10.
1d10 is if you're
10 would be the
dual
dual
wielding.
wielding.
Yeah, if you
I
dual
didn't know
wield.
that's what that meant.
Yeah.
Oh, you've been
Yeah.
rolling the wrong guy.
Yeah.
More damage!
Well, we've already done this damage.
That's
so
a
just
good
remember
roll,
it
though,
for-
just
yeah.
for next time.
Um,
Because D10 is what you
You're
want.
like, wait, I can use 2 hands?
Yeah. She's been so focused on buying a fucking shield, she's like,
So with that swing, you do kind of like punch it, like cracking its shoulder armor piece there, the pauldron, like heavily into it, and it kind of staggers for a sec. This one does seem like it is starting to lose its power. It's kind of wobbling a little bit. Can't really, like its arm kind of gets lower, and then it shifts back up.
Now Dissa can start trying.
Yeah. Haldir.
Same
just
thing. I will
realized
try
that.
again to hit it with my
You are
staff.
blessed still.
I am blessed.
My right arm strong.
Yes,
My left
25
arm's
to
strong.
That's
hit.
good to
Put those
go.
arms together.
Alright, so with my quarterstaff, I hit it for 4 points of damage.
All right. With that, you crack it through the middle, and it kind of just swings out like this, and then almost just scatters into armor pieces. They all just go, and whatever magic source was inside of them kind of just wisps away.
I did it.
And then I will take one step and do a backflip kick to its face.
Nice.
And I hope I don't fall flat on my face. This is cocked.
D4.
Oh no!
D4.
I did. For too little. 11.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it does not land. But you have taken out one of them, so that's good. Samuel.
I'll have a quick peek out and see that my boy Chris just took a bunch of damage. So I'm gonna hold out the hand, shoot some green energy at you for a healing word. For 6 points of healing. And then I'm gonna cast a firebolt.
Yep. Bonus action healing word.
Yeah. 19.
That does hit.
Come on, big money. 9.
That is big money.
9 points of fire damage.
Yeah, you catch it like right in kind of the face and just almost engulfs it for a second in flame before going out, and it's pretty charred up on the face now.
Very nice.
That's it.
All right. Armor's turn. It kind of just goes and gets rid of some of that stuff there, and then just wails twice into the into Haldir in front
You
of
got
him.
this.
21.
Hit.
4 points of bludgeoning.
Got
And
it.
it'll take another swing at you, and horribly misses with an 8.
Nice.
All right,
You good?
and it's
What you
just they.
I got 12 left.
You definitely get the sense that these things have no real like awareness of what all is going on in front of them.
They're
Just
magical.
whatever is right in front of them, they're just going to keep swinging and punching at whatever's in front of them. So right now it's set on you is what's happening. But back to the top, we got Chrysanthemum.
All right. Well, seeing that, I'm gonna flank around behind him.
All right.
Say, ha! Maybe this side will be easier to hit.
Come on. Maybe.
10, 14.
No.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it does not.
Such low. Have you rolled above a 10?
No.
Unfortunately,
Above a
these
6
guys
or
are
something.
literally just armor, so they've got a pretty good AC.
Oh no.
All right, Sigmund.
Firebolt.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step in and just go into the room again, closer to where those two chests are on the side.
Okay.
And then firebolt from
Our
there.
specialty.
No, natural 20.
Oh,
There we go.
nice.
Big money.
Nice.
I have to roll 2 whole d10.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a 10.
Everyone.
Oh,
That's a 5.
so
15.
15? Holy.
Make
It's
it
almost like
explode.
he's just like strikes his arm and like almost like digs in a little bit, like scratches himself and just goes ow, and, like begins to shake
So
his hand
I'll
and
say, like, when it was
fires
kind of
off.
swinging, where there was almost like a separation between that, the firebolt catches inside of him and then kind of like ricochets in the armor and heats it up really hot. So it starts to like burn from the inside a little bit, and you can see it start to heat up red and before slowly dying down. But you did some serious damage to that. You can tell
damn.
that like it's barely holding together here. So up next is Dissa.
I grab my battle axe to
She's activated.
She's beginning to believe.
Yeah.
And I'm reckless.
All right.
D4.
That hits. I mean, I rolled 19 and a 15.
You don't need to know. You don't need to know, but it
Plus
is.
Plus, yeah.
D10. D10. Or 10.
Doesn't
A 10.
It is a 10.
Just making sure.
That's good.
6 plus 3 is 9 plus 2 11.
Yeah, so you come over the top this time, 2 hands on the weapon, clever it down, and it just punctures the helmet straight into it, and it just crumples under its like on its legs and just falls, and then just clunk, 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 all just falls apart.
Very nice.
The 2 animated armors are no more. All right, so you take a second to catch your breath, and now that Chrysanthemum's already in the room, So there are.
I'm just gonna quickly go over and pump a healing word into you.
Oh, please.
So within this third
7
room,
points.
you see
Ooh, that takes me almost back to full heal.
pieces of rusty plate armor are scattered about this chamber amid the rubble of destroyed stone furniture. An anvil built into the floor stands in front of a cold furnace. Across the room from the furnace, 2 humanoid feet stick out from a pile of rubble.
Ew.
I'm just gonna crack 2 sorcery points to get back 2 spell slots.
Sure. So while it's not actually on here, just like over in the corner here, there's like a bunch of rubble and pile, and you see what looks like a couple of humanoid feet sticking out from it. And there's another door there.
What was that?
Hello?
Must have been the suits of armor the dwarfs told us about. Careful, there may be more in here.
There's some feet over here.
Did he just say feet?
He did.
I think he said feet.
I will walk towards where he was.
It's the Donda's thing.
What would you like to do?
Where did you say the feet were?
They're in the corner.
Here.
Yeah.
Sticking out of what?
A pile of rubble.
Oh,
Just a
rubble.
whole bunch of collapsed
Are
stone
the
and
feet
rocks.
wearing boots?
Sorry?
Are the feet wearing boots?
Yes.
Do the boots look fancy?
No.
Okay.
We'll go over to it.
You gonna look at the, like
Yeah,
you're paying
do
closer
it.
attention to it?
Yeah, see.
Make a perception check.
Yes. It's pretty cocked. It was so good too. That's not as good. 10.
You don't really notice anything. There's just, it looks like somebody probably got buried on top of with the, when this,
Up. Did the rubble come from?
I mean, there
Trying to
is,
figure out where.
there is some parts taken out a little bit from that, but you assume, you kind of gathered that there was probably also maybe some like stone furniture in here that just when Aor fell out of the sky, a lot of the stone things just kind of, like the lesser stone pieces just kind of crumbled.
Do they look like humanoid feet?
Yeah, I mean they not like kind of just 2 feet sticking out like this, but yeah, somebody got buried under under all of this.
Decomposed?
A couple of ruby
They
slippers.
got boots on, so you can't.
I will attempt to remove the boots.
Oh, it's gonna stink so bad.
Sure, you can.
I just want to
Sigma
like.
just steps away.
I just want to pull one
Steps
off
back.
and just see if it's like recent.
I'd say
or...
make a strength check, see if you can pull it off.
Wants a shoey.
Oh god.
Sigma is not
17.
into this.
17. You are trying to pull it off. You're trying to.
I just, until I reveal skin, like
lack
lack thereof skin.
There is definitely like rotting flesh under it.
Yeah, I'll stop. Yeah,
Alright.
this isn't fresh.
But yeah, I would say when you're holding it though, and you're starting to pull it off, and you're doing like that, you do kind of feel like a kind of twitches while you're holding the boot.
The boot twitches.
Well, like the foot in the boot twitches.
This thing appears dead, but also somewhat alive.
Maybe that's. I mean, I'm being Astra. Perhaps that's a thing we don't want to disturb. Or we don't
Yeah,
wanna
I'm
know.
not gonna touch this any further.
Yeah. So yeah, at this point, there's a door just to your side there, and then there's a door all the way back
Hey,
to the other
Sigmund,
side.
anything in those chests?
Just a second, I'm gonna use divine sense on you saying that you think that.
Ooh, yeah.
Any undead?
Yep, definitely undead.
It's undead.
How do you know?
It's the smell.
Yeah.
Well, I did see your sword glow fire, so I mean, that's pretty cool.
I am going to investigate the chest and see if there's anything in there that still
Yep.
left behind. Anything in
Very,
there.
very undead.
You don't even need to really make an investigation check. It's mostly like it's like kind of half filled just with sand. Doesn't really seem like there's anything else left in these.
I like scoop up the sand a little bit and
Your hand falls off.
pour it out.
Yep, it seems like
Just like dig through the sand. And anything
doesn't seem
in
like
there.
there's anything else in there. Whatever was in there has been taken.
What is that? Where did the sand come from?
Can I go to the door and
I
see
take out the
if
bag
it's-
of like powder that I'd gotten
This
from somewhere else.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
think it was, and just compare it. Is it the same substance? Like the same?
I will say the consistency is almost exactly the same, but the ones that you have are colored.
Wait, the ones I have are colored. Are they blue by any chance?
One is pink and one is green.
Interesting.
Shitting on everybody else for touching stuff and you.
Do I have another pouch in which I can just scoop up some?
You can pocket
Just like
some
collecting
sand. Yeah,
powder.
sure. Go for it.
Also, in my inventory from the start, I have a bag of sand.
You have another.
I don't
bag
have
of sand.
rations, but I have a bag of
You have
sand.
another
Oh,
bag of
excellent.
sand.
Great choices.
Rafe's gonna become encumbered
Where
with
Sam found
sand.
pepper and made a pepper arrow thinking it was gunpowder.
This guy's like Saving Private Ryan, scooping sand from the battlegrounds
Yeah.
that he goes.
All right. So
We'll
which
continue, I guess, this
you
way
wanna-
for now.
Yeah, I wanted to inspect the door, see if it's locked and trapped, and
make an investigation check.
12.
You do not get the sense that it is trapped, but it does seem to be locked.
Can I try to pick it?
Absolutely. Do a thieves' tools check.
I do. Remind me to use tools check.
I think it's your dex modifier, and if you're proficient, it's your proficiency bonus.
I think
am
it was your
proficient.
sleight of hand as well. I think it's a sleight of hand check. Plus your
Is it?
proficiency. I don't remember.
Thieves' Tools is dexterity plus proficiency.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dex modifier
Dex,
plus.
proficiency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 17.
Yeah. You go over and you're kind of listening. You're easily able to hear. It's not a lock that you're normally used to, but you get the kind of mechanism that's inside of it, and you're able to click the little piece that you need to unlocks the door. Yeah. You get an idea that it's unlocked.
Careful.
Are we good to go?
I think so.
1 sec here.
I slowly open the door.
All right. I just need to find the right one.
Skulk over and join the rest of the crew.
Oh, it's
All
a little
right.
thinny.
So I'm just gonna.
So many doors.
It's a
are gone.
hallway.
It is a hallway.
Oh, nice little corridor.
So it's kind of warped, but whatever. So you peek down the door. You see a long hallway. You've got a door on either side of you here, and it looks like there might be a door down at the other end. But you also see. Okay.
6 more mechanical armor.
No. You do see. There's
Getting his minis.
3
Skeletors?
zombie-looking humanoids,
Undead.
mindlessly just kind of wandering.
Anybody a cleric want to turn them?
Just kind of
Those
they
are
they don't seem to have noticed you at the moment, but they're just kind of walking around.
Thick boy.
At times they kind of almost like walk into the wall for a second and then just turn and keep walking a different way.
I slowly close the door. Very silently. You said something about undead?
Yeah, lots of.
Yeah, they're behind this door, 3 of them.
Oh, there's one underneath this rubble right here.
Perhaps we leave it under the rubble.
Other door?
We can try the other door. We might need down there at some point, but perhaps we go that way first.
I mean, if you
Avoid
want,
fights if necessary, but we are looking for a specific thing. It might be down there. We are prepared at least. We know they're there.
okay.
Maybe we can get a sneak round on them. They don't know we're
They
here.
haven't noticed you yet, so unless you do something to give them
A couple
notice.
firebolts.
Sure.
Are you ready? Do we want to do this? Who votes for zombies? You can't even tell him put my hand up.
I can. No, I can pick up a movement.
Yeah.
You know what? Dissa would. She wants to fight zombies.
If you open the door, I can maybe try and lure them away from us, and then we can jump them or something.
In what capacity?
Send
know.
a message.
There's really tasty brains in the room.
I think I think because they don't know we're here, we have the best opportunity. If we fail something, they might be startled and just swarm us. So perhaps we all just try and get an attack on them right at the start.
Sure.
Alright. I'm gonna get to beside the door and prep a fireball and try and throw it at the same time whoever else is attacking attacks.
So who wants to try to...
I can attack.
You have a bow?
Yeah.
We should probably do it from range in
I can
case.
firebolt.
All right.
Okay.
You just look
have
cool.
anything ranged.
You look cool. Alright, we're all preparing these things at the same time.
Believe in
I'm
all of
preparing
you.
my javelin.
Ready?
All right.
I'm
So,
gonna fire it.
You
at-
open the door then.
Maybe we don't overstack in case we get really good damage and only kill one.
I will have to go for this one because my range.
I will go for the middle one.
I'll go for the back one.
I will also go for the middle one.
So 2 firebolts on the
Alright.
middle one. Okay, ready? 3, 2. Wait, are we going on go? 15. 4. No, go on go.
Seal the
3,
door
2,
back.
1.
All right. Make your attack rolls.
Natural 20.
Oh my god.
Does this count as
19,
being able to use
25.
reckless right now?
You're not raging.
Do you have to be raging
can
for
also
reckless?
do
I don't think
reckless
so.
without
Oh.
raging.
You can
Maybe,
reckless if you
then
want.
yeah.
Yep.
Less diluted as
20,
well.
25 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Nat 20.
Oh my god, you guys.
19 damage from the fireball.
19?
Plus another 9 from my
What?
firebolt.
Okay, so the ninth.
Jesus. What'd you
ninth-
roll? A 10
Roll
out
a
of
10
9?
and a 9.
Jesus.
So between the two of you, that thing catches full on fire, and before it can really move, it just kind of falls and is like crispy. And then for the other ones,
28 to hit.
Holy shit. Sorry, dude.
all right, roll your damage.
We just did fucking annihilate.
Glad I'm just here for moral support.
Yeah.
His music is too good. We're so jaunty.
7 points of damage.
7? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So we only fried the one. What, did you hit?
I rolled a nat 20 for 25.
Holy
25?
Yep.
Which one were you throwing at? The closest
Plus
one? Yeah, you just...
shit.
So
Well,
it-
she didn't do 25 damage. She
No,
hit for
I
25.
hit,
Nat-
sorry.
Oh.
Roll damage.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
did. As it was 5 points. Yeah, 5.
Wait.
Twice?
You rolled your dice twice?
You got a nat 20.
Oh, yeah.
You silly dumpling.
Good.
Do I add my modifier too?
Yeah.
7.
Yeah,
Just,
do you
just
modify
once.
that?
Just once.
So
Just
10.
once. You just had the modifier once.
So 10
Yeah.
points of damage.
10?
Wait,
Cool.
did you do... Oh, you're not raging,
She's not raging
right?
at the
No.
moment.
And
Her
how-
rage
sorry, how much
drops
did you
right
hit for
after
again?
combat.
I did
Is it 7?
7 points
7?
damage,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So with
good.
that, let's roll initiative.
It's a good sneak round. Oh, you gotta stop, dude. You gotta stop. That's his third nat 20 on initiative. But he rolls like 2 and 3 on attacks.
I always go first.
I'm really down to fight.
He sees a fight, he's like, yeah!
All right. Above 20?
21. The mind is willing. That's all you need.
15 to 20.
20.
You got 20. All right. Nobody else in 15 to 20?
No.
Okay. And then 10 to 15?
12. Wait, wouldn't it be 15 to 20? Or did you just do that?
Yeah, I did 15 to 20.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
12.
20.
And you're 13?
13, yeah.
All right.
Oh, that's funny. Keep
I
an
just
eye on
wrote
the
your
guy
name
in the
as
corner.
Zygmunt, so you're Ziggy Stardust.
Sure.
from now on.
Mhm.
And then, Alyssa, what did you roll?
8.
8? Okay. Chrysanthemum, you are up first.
Weird.
Forward!
So, once again, just kind of really inspired by everybody.
So yeah, this guy's just straight up
I
going.
am charging in, cranking back with the sword again.
There you go.
I
believe in you.
You're not blessed either.
I believe in you.
11
Okay.
plus 15 to
That
hit?
hits.
Yes.
Okay, just because I'm ultra inspired again, I'm using Divine Smite.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So that is going to be 4d8
Oh, God.
because it's an undead.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is.
Yeah, okay. 10.
Plus 17 damage.
Yeah. You swing at this thing, and as soon as you connect with it, it just lights up in this radiant fire, and it just absolutely eviscerates this thing. You can barely even tell what it once was as it
Jesus
falls
Christ.
to the floor.
You have normal fire, shadowy fire,
Yeah.
radiant.
Fiery fire.
Jesus,
Yeah.
Chrysanthemum, that's
You do
amazing.
still have some movement if you want to use that. I think you only step forward about 10 feet.
Sure, I'll just start closing the distance.
All right. Then
Nicely
we got
done.
Haldir.
I will use my 45 feet of movement to run.
Just monk shit.
I'm just running, and then he just blazes past.
Yeah.
And then I will jump and hit it with the butt of my bow,
Sick.
so that it hits its face against the wall.
All right.
If I can hit.
No D4.
No d4. Oh,
Plus at the end of last fight.
that's 16 plus
That
5, 21.
You're good.
21 with 96. Oh, 9 points damage.
Sick. All right. You crack it right into the side. It bashes its head off the side of the wall. It is still standing, but
And
it is
I
looking
will
very rough.
roundhouse kick it
All right.
to death.
It's already done.
14
To hit, that hits.
hits. For a total of 5 points. Tell me the head flies.
It is basically its head almost completely comes off and it kind of starts to crumble to the ground, but you still see its head barely attached, like
One little string.
and is still trying to do something.
Oh, okay.
But it is on its last strand.
Alright, that was my.
After you, though, they do get to go. So
Unless the one in the go.
it's going to try to swing up at you.
Okay.
With disadvantage
Why?
because his head's off.
Oh, that is 22 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Zombies.
I'm glad I'm not that fast.
6 bludgeoning damage.
Ooh, goddamn zombie.
So it just kind of like cracks you right in the ribs.
Ow.
That is the only one left. So Ziggy Stardust, Sigmund, you're up.
In this room, there's other doors leading in and out, or are there any other?
In the hallway, yes.
In the hallway, sorry.
There's 2 doors immediately on the left and right when you walk out, and then there's 2 more doors down where
And
they're.
they're all closed. There's no.
They are all
there?
closed.
Okay, so I will step inside to like the other side of that door on the left.
Like here or here?
Go in.
Yep.
Just move up to one more. Yeah, there we go.
All right.
And then I'll try and shoot a fireball.
Yep.
That is a 5, or sorry, a 2 plus 5, so 7.
No, that does not hit.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, Samuel,
I will also shoot a fireball.
go for it.
And I will roll a 14
That hits. Tell me how your firebolt hits this thing. It's dead.
with 10 points of damage.
It doesn't matter what you rolled. It's dead.
It just goes straight through his torso, and black char goes right off the
Yeah,
wall
you just
behind
put a
him.
hole right through him, and he crumples to the ground.
Dead.
Yep, that is the end of those. One thing you do notice when you first kind of opened it, you saw this, and you can notice it on this last one that's not completely like in flames. It has a hole in it, but they were all wearing a very similar
Garb.
tattered robes. They all had robes on. They all looked like kind of tattered and destroyed in different places, but it looked like they all had like the same kind of robes that they were wearing, but
Interesting.
very, very kind of like raggedy at this point. But yeah, that ends that, and you are now in a hallway with 4 doors.
I'll check the door right beside me.
It is locked.
Okay,
You know what to do.
sure. I will try and pick the lock.
Go for it.
Well, it does that. Do I hear anything in the door behind me?
Actually, the best person to do.
You do not hear anything on these 2. You do get a sense that there might be something in. In this one, you kind of hear it almost. It's kind of hard to tell what it is. It might be
What do you roll?
wind
Bad.
or water or something. You don't know if there's like a window in that door or what, but you get a sense of like the elements, but you don't really get
Last time I
why.
give you a
Okay.
gift for Faye.
So I kind of tell that somewhat quietly to Chrysanthemum. Like, I think that there's some water or wind in this room. Hard to like. Maybe it's open to the outside.
I rolled a natural one for a 4.
He broke my
Yeah, you broke the lock. The
I just
lock
heard
pick.
ting.
Yeah,
What
you
was that?
definitely.
Is everything all right?
Nothing.
So that
This lock is
you're
really-
trying to do it,
it's really tough.
and then now there's a little thing inside the lock.
I try and jimmy the like broken lockpick out of it to like hide the trace of what just happened.
Make a sleight of hand, I guess.
You don't just try to burn its face.
Fine.
No, it's stuck in there.
It breaks even more.
So how you were obviously down here listening, but are you trying to like kind of go up and listen to each door? Like
Yeah.
what's okay? So what is everybody else doing coming in here? Is anybody else coming in the hallway and looking around? Because during that fight, you didn't have a chance to actually like look around and look at the doors. You kind of just were focused on them. So now you have an opportunity to do that. So who's you kind of got that from there. You don't hear anything here, and you start coming up
Probably
this way.
wanna
But
grab
I
your
want to
javelin
see
back.
what is everybody else doing as you kind of come through
I'm
here.
just gonna kind of hang out and wait to see what doors unlock because
So I'll say
I just heard a very similar sound to a lockpick breaking.
I will say even you can hear this because you're kind of not really paying attention to anything else, and as you get closer to this area you hear it as well. But this door here, you can see this and you can point it out if you want, but there's a large red X painted on the stone door, and you hear banging behind the door. You start to pick it up first, but like sounds like heavy objects are being like thrown around the room and like maybe just like smashing or something. You're picking up the vibrations first, but as you kind of start to walk out here, you start to hear it. It's muffled, but you can tell that something's going on behind this door with a big red X on it.
We should probably go in. I'm totally kidding. This definitely sounds like something's
There's something violent in here.
kerfuffle.
We should
Avoid it.
we
if
should
possible.
avoid this one.
Unless the X means, here be the gold files.
X? What X?
There is a a red X painted on the door,
Oh,
X marks the treasure.
typically, but it also could mean stay out. Let's search other first, and if we have to,
and then I go to the other door, and
You
I
don't
try
hear
to-
anything. There's
I'm
nothing.
gonna walk up to this door.
Yep.
Do I see a lock pick?
Uh,
A thing to unlock?
You see that there's been something wedged into the lock. Oh god.
Sigmund just walked away. He's walked to the other door and he's just taking a good look,
Can
close
I
look
try
at
and
it.
yank the piece out as well?
You can try, but it's going to be a higher DC because you already tried to get it out and you push it further in.
This door might be permanently closed. Probably not. It's like a 11, I believe. That's
Nah,
a 6.
you-
That's an even worse. 8.
Oh yeah, no, it's in there. It's about as far as it can go.
I hope the
inside
files
of it,
aren't in
but
this door.
You can go. You can't pull that piece out.
Yeah.
How bad we want in that door?
If it's a stone door, you ain't getting it.
Is
Is
it
it
a
stone
stone
door?
door?
There's many other doors we can go through.
I got my javelin.
They are made of some sort of maybe stone-like material, but there is like a hinge to them, so they do push open, but they are locked. So.
I put my ear up to the door that Halder was talking about.
Oh, that one?
Yeah, because he said that he heard water.
Try.
So I just want to see if
Actually,
just
yeah.
kind of seeing if I have any of the same level of perception that he does.
Yeah, make a perception check.
I don't.
It's
He
the
does 13.
it's the voice in your head singing Okutoa.
Yeah, it's super like muted and muffled, but you can't tell if it's that you're actually hearing that or it's just like, you know, when you hold like a shell over your ear and you're like, I can hear the beach. You can't tell if you're just getting that effect. Yeah.
You hear it, right?
Oh, we need to go through one of these doors. Perhaps one at the end. I'll do, my friend. Do you mind helping us with the lock?
I can
Since-
try.
I'm sure Sigmund doesn't want to try.
I'm not paying any attention at all. He's like really engrossed with this other door now.
Quiet
Just
door
fascinated
or
Whichever one
water
you prefer.
door?
Maybe this one first.
Let's do the quiet door
Quiet door
first.
first.
I tried to inspect it for traps and lock.
Do an investigation check.
Bad. 5.
It's okay. It's not trapped.
I mean, you open the other door, and saw that there's no trap there. You are confident there is no trap on this door.
All right, so I will
It's
try to
your
pick it
fault.
for 9.
Total 9.
Total 9.
We're not
Can't
gonna
get. You
do
didn't
these
break
days.
the
You're not
lot,
a
but
rogue.
you did not get it. You were not able to
I
unlock
could
it.
try. I'll use my own lock picks. I thankfully come from a thief family.
You will never hear the end of this.
Well, he doesn't have them anymore. I figure he doesn't have them anymore.
No, I know.
Oh. What is it? Okay, so I think it's just a 12.
12.
Yeah.
You start to you get a couple of the pins that you think you need to do, and you're like, I'm almost there, but you can't. You keep struggling to get the last piece that you need, so you're like almost there, but
You can
can't-
do it.
You can't quite get it.
Okay. Can't figure this one out.
I'll try the other. I'll try the other door.
Yeah.
Which
Sure.
one? Water?
Yes, water door. Is it locked?
Yeah, can we check
Oh.
to make sure they're locked? Or are they all locked so far?
I'll check
They're
if
all
it's
locked.
trapped for 11.
I was actually at that door as well, so I can also check for traps there. I was looking at it because you pointed out the water there, and I can give you advantage on it if you want.
12 for traps.
Can you give me
Actually,
advice?
I'm going to. I'm mistaken. This is the only not locked door. I
So
apologize.
I'm like, there's no
Yeah,
lock on
yeah,
this,
no,
guys.
no, there is a lock, and
Yeah.
you're starting to do it, and you realize every time you go to undo it, you're like, it's already,
The templars
it's
are
already good.
think
What
this
am I
might just
doing?
be like-
So I apologize. That one is unlocked.
As I'm doing that, I'm like, wait a minute, and I'll just push it open and
All right.
keep that roll for the next door. So yeah, I'll just slowly push it open and just look inside.
All right.
Oh shit.
What's all that stuff?
All right.
Can't
So when you start to look inside as you open the door,
have you eaten?
you see 6 long stone tables set with steel and glass laboratory equipment in this chamber. The walls are lined with shelves holding all manner of strange knickknacks and tools. An armed humanoid with white skin and red eyes moves from table to table, adjusting bubbling mixtures and carefully adding reagents. There's a guy in here doing
He doesn't look like death.
At this exact moment, he has not noticed you, but he keeps going. He's kind of muttering stuff, but you can't really tell what he's.
Should we get our firebolts ready?
And he's kind of
Perhaps this
moving
kind of
around.
looks like where maybe files come from. Should we talk to him? I've kind of closed the door just while I'm talking. Should we try and talk to this person?
Is it a person?
From what I can see, it looks a humanoid.
I'm gonna smack another divine sense. Get a sense of whether it's fiend, undead.
Undead, 100%. You are certain.
Oh no.
But if he's
It's undead.
good to know. But if it seemed like he was working on the files in there.
He's definitely working on something.
Should we try to talk with him first? There's
Do we need him potentially?
if he knows how to make the antidote.
Wait.
Also, every now and then you just hear him go like.
Nope, let's kill him.
I'm gonna attempt to talk with him. If things go bad, feel free to just shoot at.
Can we ready some actions if he becomes hostile?
We're not an initiative, so it's not really that. But you can do
Get
whatever,
ready.
whatever kind of
Yeah.
preparation
It's
or
the same
like
thing,
ready.
bowl.
Sure.
Yep,
7.
same.
Longbow.
Yeah,
I will
prepared.
push the door open and just be like, I'll slowly walk in and just be like, excuse me.
I'm gonna hide.
So his back is to you guys when you first come in, but as soon as you say that, he goes "Ugh," and he turns around right to you, like glowing red eyes, and he just stands up straight. And he says,
What's he speaking?
Draconic.
Damn it.
But he says something at you, and he doesn't.
Apologies, I don't speak your language.
He doesn't know what you're saying. You see him. Does anybody speak Elven?
I do.
Well, I do. Is Elven Elvish?
Yes, Elven.
I do.
So
Different dialogue.
Yeah.
the next thing that he's about to say, you get that it's kind of like Elvish. Not entirely. You can't pick up everything that he's saying, but you pick up like pieces here and there, and you're able to make out some of the words. So while he's saying a lot, you're just picking up a couple of pieces. So he says, "What doing here?"
Doing here. No, I'll say back in Elvish. I'll just say, we're looking for an antidote. A little gold glass vial. Can you help us?
Who are you?
What's our name again?
The do-gooders.
We go by currently, it's a work in progress, go by the do-gooders, and there was a terrible plague or illness. The frigid woe was released to our people. We are looking for help.
With or against gods?
With or against gods?
Can I make a history?
Yeah, do I know anything?
roll,
Have I read anything about
Because
Aor?
I
at
know,
all?
but that's a character. Can I make a history?
Sure. You can make a history check.
But also, did I hear that question?
Do you
Wait,
speak Elvish?
I do. I'm an elf.
Well, actually, I wouldn't have heard anything.
Okay.
Natural 20 on history for a total of 19. It is a natural 20.
You don't. The only thing that you can really think of, like from stories and stuff, is that Aorians often believed that they were
Above
better.
gods.
They were above gods.
Again,
I come
and
marching
I'll
in
just,
that.
I'll just hold,
You definitely hear that.
I'll just hold back and be like, against.
Deception check.
Don't fuck this up.
Did you roll good or bad?
I don't know.
Okay, thank God, because I didn't roll great. I rolled a 4. Oh, it's +4. Sorry, I rolled an 8.
That was good enough.
Yeah.
So he goes, good, yes.
Yes, good.
And he starts kind of like continuing on with
I'll
his stuff
speak
a
in
little bit.
my comment. I'll just be like, we'll work with them. This is one of the things I told you before.
It's a message. I don't like this.
So he's still kind of working on things, but he's yelling to you, not even often looking at you. And he says things like, avoid X. And he's kind of...
Avoid X.
You saw a room with a red X
Yeah.
on it. What? Want? And he's...
A vial. A gold glass vial. Cure.
Milky white liquid.
Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
Cure. Yes, cure for disease. Yes. Gods, no more. And he keeps going around and you can see him. He's like, must perfect. And he's like, pushing his, like,
Can I
Steve's
just look
going.
in and see kind of like what he's doing?
You
Possible,
can
like-
see that there's a bunch of like alchemy kits and tubes and liquids all pouring. He's pouring them into, and he's got powders and he sprinkles some in. He's definitely trying to make some sort of concoction.
Do I recognize any of the powders?
You and your fucking
Make a
powders.
perception check.
You and your goddamn powders.
If I step in, can I make it an investigation check?
You're welcome to try it.
That's a 10 investigation. It's a 10. Investigation.
Nah, it doesn't look like you don't know what it is, what any of them are. Doesn't look like anything you have. So he goes, yes, cure, other room,
Well, which room?
across hall,
Thank you.
doors all locked.
Do you have key?
He turns over to you. Why?
We need to get the cure.
I have key.
Can we borrow it? I promise I'll bring it back.
Make a persuasion check.
There's so many rolls.
Derek is scaring me.
18.
This guy's
Oh my god.
I'm charismatic.
You have to go home.
It turns to you.
This guy.
pulls out like a couple of, like a little ring with a couple of different keys on it, and just looks at you and throws it at you,
Yeah.
and then says, must continue work.
Okay.
And he kind of goes back over and grabs it. And he's like, this one. He goes over and starts.
We should leave and use this. Thank you. And I'll just back us out
Better
and
get out of
slowly close
character
the door.
before we go home.
Yeah, I will slowly close the door back out. That kind of worked.
Before leaving, can I just ask really quickly, what are you working on? Well, actually, you won't understand common, so
If
I
you-
can't understand anything.
Yeah, you don't know.
If you don't know Elvish at all, then yeah, or you didn't speak that at all. Yeah, so you have no idea. You hear his side of the conversation. No, you don't. 'Cause you
No,
don't
I'm
understand. Sorry,
following Elvish.
no,
I have no idea
sorry.
what they're
You
talking
don't know
about.
what they're saying back
So-
and forth,
so-
and you can try asking that, but he won't really acknowledge you.
I'll just get us a close the door. Well, that kind of worked out. He said there might be a cure for disease in the next room with the water. He gave me the key.
He gave you 2 keys. He didn't
Gave me
tell you what
2
the other one
keys.
was.
He also said avoid the X.
He also said to avoid
Did
the
said
X.
avoid the X.
Actually, one of the keys is for the other room, the room with the broken lock.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to that lock.
Interesting
I
that
think
you
that
say
lock
that.
just always been
Curious.
broken.
I will just say this. It is 11 o'clock on a work night. We can continue if people are cool. It would suck to end, but I understand as you do have to drive pretty far. So do we want to pick up for one last session? Like, potentially more, but for this part?
Obviously, I don't want to hold anybody here,
Yeah.
but this is you guys are right near the end. So,
We will
Okay.
push through. Okay. I will then be like, one of these keys has got to work. So I'll just go up to it and be like, try the first one.
which one are you trying?
This one.
Uh,
One of the 2 keys.
roll a d6.
3.
It doesn't work.
I'll try the other one.
It unlocks it.
Damn it. Alright, I don't know what's behind here. He
So-
just was pretty enthusiastic about the fact that there's cures.
So you push it open. You definitely can hear the wind that you had described. So a cold wind howls through the collapsed east wall of the huge chamber, whose far side is completely submerged under frigid seawater. A dense bed of kelp grows up from the submerged floor, obscuring any sight of what lies below. Broken glass and the remains of a shattered table covers the floor in the dry section of the room.
cool.
It's got a little floppy, kelpy water.
All right. So this is this is the room that
So he said there's possible cures. I tried to make myself explain that it was a specific cure we're looking for, and he seemed excited that they were at least something was in this room.
Step inside and see if I can see anything else in this room other than the table. And,
you're just trying to make a look for anything.
yeah, just like anything that could be a cure. Like,
Make a perception check.
that's a 5.
You don't see anything.
Well, I'm gonna go in as well.
All right.
I will check and see in the dark. Do
Sure.
I notice anything on the non-water submerged part? I'll look for anything.
Sorry, where did you say you were looking?
Well, I'm assuming this is the only water part,
Yeah.
so I will go in and just have a look at the non-water part.
Oh,
first.
so you're just looking over here.
First, yeah.
Oh,
just,
okay.
Just to clear the. If anybody can help, that'd be great.
Bunch of rubble mostly on the
Nothing
dry
that
part of the
stands
room. No, just like rocks and large stone pieces. Nothing really there.
Perhaps it's been submerged. Does
Probably.
anybody like the water?
I don't.
I mean, I could do it. I haven't swam in a long time, but you probably don't look like you want to dive in with that armor on.
Yep.
What about you?
I mean, I can try.
I'm surprised you said that.
Probably nothing scary in there.
That's well, yeah. I can help out if you need it. Just let me know.
Sure. I'll walk over to the water. I'll take a look and see if... First, I'll see if I can spot anything in the water.
Can you stand beside him with your
Roll
shield?
a perception check looking
I'm
out
going to
into the
make
water.
sure that the light source is near
Perception
him.
and not investigation.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
We have no idea why it's not investigation.
That's actually a 20. 19
A
plus
20.
9. Yeah.
Okay.
A dirty 20.
Couple of things that you notice. You do, in the corner of what would be the room, it's now submerged in water, over and towards the corner, the far corner, you see through the water enough to see what looks like could be a chest in the water. But while you're looking at that, there's like the kelp and everything here. You just kind of notice a tentacle move.
I immediately just start back.
Ukatu.
Like, step backward, like, there's something moving in there. There is a chest in the water, very
never easy,
deep under there. But there's something moving in there, and I'm not going in there.
I think we need that chest. How do we draw this thing out? Was it big?
Yeah, it seemed pretty big.
Was it like a tentacle like an eel, or was it tentacle like an octopus?
What's the difference? I've never
Two
seen
very.
either of them.
Oh, okay. I understand. See, on Shady Creek, we're right by the water. I see all sorts of crazy shit.
Maybe this one's trained like the frogs.
We can try and draw it out somehow.
I can try to draw it out. I'm pretty quick.
We have rations.
If you're up for that,
Yeah.
have at her. I trust you.
Prepare whatever projectiles you have.
Joe.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah. So I go
in
in.
there a little bit.
I'll just follow up beside you and prepare myself to slash at it. Anything that lunges at.
Now, DM, I have a question about this water.
Yeah.
Is it like a?
Pool.
Is it something that submerges, like the ground goes under gradually, or does it steeply drops?
Right at the crest of the water, it definitely looks like it just tapers down, kind of like the rest of the building has been kind of on that. But you can kind of get an idea that like it does look like it's kind of broken as it gets further in, so it probably gets a little bit deeper, especially right around here.
Okay, so what I am going to do is first, very lightly, I will I guess get a sense for that with my feet. Just notice that it like tapers a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then I am going to, as fast as I can, run through this edge of the water, making as much
One
noise as I
second.
can.
I am going to try something that he just says to you as you sees you. If you don't mind, it probably won't work. So you'll get a chance to do this regardless. But he opens one of his. He pulls out like the pouch of sand that he's picked up.
Yeah.
And he begins to. He like takes the stone, like dips it in the sand almost, and begins to like draw just on his hand, like arcane symbols.
All right.
And then he blows it out. You can try and cast sleep in this corner.
Ooh.
Guidance. I don't know if it works.
It will not help.
Roll
Guidance.
Roll
I'm
5d8.
scared.
Roll
If
5.
the target has less than that number
Yep.
of hit points, it falls.
Roll it. Let's see what happens.
2, 4, 8,
4,
14,
5.
21. If it has less than 21 HP, it falls asleep.
And do you know if it takes effect even if you don't see them?
Target the creature. It does not say.
Okay. You've cast it and you have no idea.
It might be asleep.
I will give you guidance for whatever you're about to try.
Oh, I'm just gonna run.
You might need to get away from something. So guidance.
So
All right.
running,
May not be.
From like one end of the water
Yeah.
diagonally up that way.
and then
All
as I get close to the wall, I will jump and kick on the wall.
So I'd say once you get about 10 feet even, do you step into the water and you start to run? As soon as you get that, you see a tentacle come up and another one come
Not
up.
asleep.
And it tries to take an attack at you.
Okay.
So it,
Oh, that is an octopus.
Shit!
and yeah, it's going to try to make an attack on you.
And were you guys? Did you guys have
It
prepared
depends, 'cause
actions?
It depends though, because it kind of snuck up on you.
So I'm going to say that it is going to get a swing at you, but at the same time, whoever was preparing an attack will also get an attack
Okay.
off.
Yeah.
I use my action to cast the sleep, so it will not be.
So I guess you want to make the octopi.
We found Ukatoa.
This is Ukatoa!
God damn.
Not good. Your dice sucks.
So
does mine.
No, it's you're nimble running through that shallow water, and it tries to jet out at you with one of its tentacles to grab you, and you kind of just hop out of it and you just keep running. It is not able to get that, so now it's just kind of sitting there in the water, taking all of you in and getting ready to strike again.
10.
But 10 to hit.
Yeah.
That misses.
Does 11 hit?
It does.
You know what doesn't hit? A
10.
3.
Who
7.
got you this day? Because it's only
Yeah,
good
my-
when you're doing
So
It's almost
you're
time to
throwing a
roll
javelin?
initiative,
Yeah.
it's fine.
in before nat 20 on initiative.
Lordy.
Did you say 11 does hit?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's got a lower C.
I should have
I
mentioned
missed by
before, I'm
1.
reckless. I did roll 2.
Judge.
Sure.
Well, I mean, I rolled 2.
Judge.
So that's 4, 7, 9 points of damage.
9. It's dead, right?
Yeah.
Didn't fall asleep, but it dies.
All right. That's all the attacks that we were doing, right?
Yeah.
So we'll do an
Can
initiative
I?
roll here quickly for this.
Can I attack at all or no?
Now with this, I'm gonna say you were running and used to kind of get out of the way and keep running to avoid
Okay, it's
getting
mediocre
pulled
for
in.
once.
Fair.
Oh, baby.
Fair.
He's testing it. He's testing it.
Did you roll another 20?
Okay, cocked. It is cocked.
60.
All right. Above 20.
Dirty 20.
Dirty
21.
20. Sorry?
21.
21.
21. And what's your dex, Mike?
So it rolled well. It is a +1, 12.
12? Okay. 15 to 20? No? 10 to 15?
Sorry, he got a 16.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got 11.
What'd you get? 12. And you got 11, Haldir?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I think that's everyone. Sigmund, you get to react first here.
I'll immediately kind of step back and just shout out, "It's not asleep! It's not asleep!" And then I'll cast Firebolt at it.
Sure.
That misses. That's a 10. And
does
that'll
miss.
just be in the corner over there where I am.
Yep.
That's me in the corner.
Alright, the octopus is up next.
It rolled well.
It is going to, the closest person to it right now looks like Chrysanthemum right up against the edge of the water, so it is going to try to lash out at you with its tentacle.
Tentacle.
Tentacruel.
15.
Shield.
I already know the answer. It goes to try to sign you and you deflect it off before it can wrap around you. That is its action, Samuel.
Firebolt, you've heard it before. It's a firebolt again. That is a 12 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
This dice has been pretty good tonight. Let's see. Hiya! 10 points of fire damage.
That'll do.
That'll do it?
No.
Guys, we did it.
He has at least 21 HP.
Yeah, no. That's my turn.
Alright. Chrysanthemum.
Hey.
Hey! 18 to hit.
He actually
Yep.
did something.
It happened.
It happened again. Once a fight is what he gets.
10 damage.
God damn, you guys are smacking this thing.
Hell yeah, brother.
You guys are level 2, right?
Duelist, baby.
Alright.
True.
Dissa,
Players
you are
do more
up.
damage
I would like
than
to range,
Yeah.
please.
game
Alright.
balanced.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna get close to the edge of the water and go after one of his tentacles with
Alright.
my.
So I
No.
will say, for as it is right now, just so everybody is aware, only 2 of its tentacles are kind of out close to the shallow part of the water. So if you want to get another melee attack on it, you guys either need to move out of the way for other people, or you need to do a ranged attack, or get further out into the water.
Can I hit for more?
You
I mean, I'll move
can.
as close as I
Only
can.
2 people can be hitting this thing right now in melee.
Okay.
Which means our
That's
blind guy needs to go
23 to
underwater.
hit.
Sorry?
23 to
That
hit.
definitely hits.
You can walk on water. You won't.
He could walk.
That's true.
At some point. Not quite yet.
11 points of damage.
I feel like the HP he was giving was low.
Alright. Well, no. You guys are just smacking the shit out of stuff. Alright.
Firebolt.
Haldir, what would you
Alright.
like to do?
I would like to shoot an arrow at its
Alright.
eye, if
Yep.
I can.
A magic arrow?
A magic arrow, a +1 arrow,
Ooh.
which means it's a lot. It's 22 to hit. So that hits.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
For 7 points of damage.
All right.
And I would like to
Rage?
run and jump on it.
Sure. All right. Make an acrobatics check to see if you can actually kind of land on this thing, and also it is very like
Gelatinous.
yeah, it's very gelatinous,
Oh,
so there's not a lot of like solidity to it.
Acrobatics, you said?
Mm-hmm.
13?
I will say that you do land on top of it, but it just kind of squishes in its head, and you kind of start to lose your footing, and you fall into the water.
Oh.
God.
Can I unleash a flurry of blows with my feet before I fall?
No, I say you
Can I
cannot do that.
Liu Kang my way into this guy?
Unfortunately, I will say no on that one.
No? Okay.
So you do kind of like, you don't fall into the water and start like sinking or anything, but you do just kind of like dip to the water off to the side. I'll say you are just to the side of him here.
Okay, but
the
I
water.
am not... Am I sinking?
No,
Like-
not at the moment. At the moment, you're just kind of like, as long as you know how to swim to some degree, you're kind of treading water there, but you did kind of slip off of him and fall to the side.
Can I still hit it with a flurry of blows? Your
I'll
judgment.
say no because just because of how that whole thing went with you falling off and doing that to recalibrate yourself in the water, that took your bonus action.
Okay, that's fine. And can I start to move away from it?
You can.
Okay.
He might get an attack on you,
Yeah.
but you can.
You move out of melee range.
I will try anyway.
Yep, go
I
for
like
it.
Get out of the water.
So he will lash his one tentacle over at you.
This is the end of Haldir.
Nope. Because Derek doesn't know how to use it.
No, 11 doesn't hit, right?
No.
Yeah, so it misses you, and this tentacle is the saddest.
Okay,
of them
so
all.
I would like to come back to farmland if I can. Yes,
You'll
here-ish.
move at half speed in there, so
Here?
you already. Yeah, you're
You're
still
almost there.
in the water a
And
little
then go
bit.
like
but-
45.
yeah. Right, back to the top, Sigmund.
Firebolt.
Yep.
That is a 12.
A hit.
Oh. That is a D8.
He's an octopus.
There it is. That's 9 points of fire damage.
All right. Okay. It is starting to look pretty hurt. It's taken a lot of beatings.
Yeah, but now he picked back
But it is the octopus's turn. So he is going to look at the barbarian who came in all flailing about with her axe and realizes that he thinks there's an opening to grab you.
He has advantage.
That is why.
advantage.
That is a dirty 20.
That is.
All right.
102 damage.
That is only 7 bludgeoning damage, but it does wrap the tentacle. Yep, so it's only 3, but its tentacle does wrap around you, and it does start to pull you into the water.
Y'all gonna get drowned.
So it's going to pull you about 10 feet, and it's going to back up about 10 feet with... actually, no, it's only going to back up about 5 feet, but the tentacle's pulling you in towards its like center. It only pulls you about 10 feet. It does back away enough for you to take a swing at its other tentacle if you'd like.
Yep.
Am I considered
Always.
grappled then?
You are grappled.
Okay.
Dear God. That might hit, though.
11.
That hits.
Very squishy.
10.
Jesus. It wraps its tentacle around Dissa and starts to pull her into the water, and its one tentacle kind of goes out for a second just past you, and you just cut up the side of it there. I'm going to say that causes it to start freaking out, and you see the opportunity to strike it for the killing blow. How do you do it?
Toss the shield aside, take the sword in both hands, and just lunge out into the water like this
I
towards
love
its
it.
head.
Yeah, you just come down right in between its eyes, and you and it both start to just kind of like sink into the water, and the tentacles all kind of go up like this for a second, then go down.
Splashing
I
into
didn't
the
think
water.
this through.
The The mist just blows your hair
Yeah,
back.
exactly.
Head
Slow
and
motion.
shoulders commercial.
Yeah.
God damn, he's beautiful.
He's very heavy
you
with
have
full armor.
absolutely, you know for certain that you have slain this creature. And I will say also with you now, with it continuing to sink a little bit further back and almost kind of getting pulled out a bit by the little bit of current that there is just outside this room, you look over, and as you're starting to kind of swim back up, you do spot the chest. You with certainty, you're like, yes, that is a chest.
Let's pull him out because he's sinking in his armor.
Yeah.
So I'll be like, oh shit. Pull him out, drag him out.
So I'll say like it takes like a couple
Nicely
of you to
done,
all kind of
Pete.
help, but it's with you kind of keyed about and
Assuming
getting
you're
here.
not in plate armor, so you can probably get it.
So
I can sit and get it.
So I'll say you guys all get out pretty quickly. You are all very, very cold, but luckily you were able to
just
get out of the water
frigid.
fast
I will
enough for
pump
it
a
to start to
healing word into you before
take
you go
effect.
diving any further.
So at this
4,
point,
6.
Wow.
the sea creature is no more, and you do know that there is a chest in the corner over under the water.
I'm going to get it.
You're gonna swim out to go grab the chest. All right, you swim out. You get to the chest. It is secured to the ground.
I try to use my muscles to get.
You place your feet down to the bottom of the water and try to pull up with it. It is cemented into
How
the floor.
thirsty is everyone?
We must clear the room.
I take my javelin and try to shove it under and use it as a lever.
You can't find
perfect. We'll
purchase
just get
with
more
it
thirsty.
anyway.
Drink.
Yeah, can I open it?
Um,
With the salt wall.
It looks a lot like the chests that you saw in the other room.
Good
They
practice with
they
the
were
soup.
already open, but there was a locking mechanism on them.
Can you?
I try to open it.
Do you have thieves' tools
No.
or you don't have the key?
I can take a.
Oh.
Oh, I'm stupid. Wait! Damn it, she's gone. I gotta wait for her to resurface. Give her a minute.
So I would say you are like trying to pull it and you're trying to do a
I'll
whole bunch of stuff.
dive in with the key and just be like, I'll give her the opposite key to what I had to unlock the door. Try this.
Really quickly though, before that happens.
Oh, you die.
One sec.
Shit.
Why is this not scrolling?
Everybody good for health.
I'm full health now.
Nice.
I'm
Can you make a Constitution saving throw?
Me?
Uh-oh, it's probably like freezing cold water.
You forgot you were in water and took a deep breath.
Yeah.
13.
You took the who's thirsty way too literally.
20. Dirty 20.
All right. Yeah, you're able
It's
to
freezing
push
cold.
back the severe freezing of
You're
this
in
water,
it.
but you realize if you stay in here much longer, it's going to get harder and harder to get out.
So I gave her the key. I'm like,
You put the key in, you pop it open, it opens, and immediately there's a bunch of vials just all start floating up out of that, out of the chest. They look metallic, but it's kind of hard to tell.
I'll just, as I'm swimming out, I'll try and help her grab as many as possible.
Yeah, so I'll say,
Do any of them
roll-
look like they're blue by any chance?
Well,
Oh,
well, no, that one. Yeah, but if they're not open, it's fine.
they're not at the moment.
Yeah, if we see that, I'm just gonna be like, get back in the water.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I'll say roll, both of you roll a d10.
3.
Okay.
6.
All right. So between you guys, you're all trying to grab as much as you can. You swim back to
I'm getting
shore.
real cold, so I just grab a little
So
handful.
you grab 3 and you grab 6 of these vials. You can see that there are some others, but they are slowly starting to be carried
Under,
out of-
into the water.
out of the room
Yeah, that
and
makes
out
sense.
further into the water. So at the moment, you take a look at them. They appear to be a golden vial. You have no idea what's inside of them, but
I've already swam to the top. Anyway.
yeah. So at this point, you do have 9 of these vials. You do see that there are some others out there, but
How
they're
quickly are they floating away?
I mean, not too quickly. Like, if you waited, like, I mean, the other thing too is they're not moving super quickly. You would be able to swim out to them and grab them. It's just like if you're eventually they'll all be taken out
Yeah.
farther.
I will spend 11 minutes to sit there and cast Unseen Servant.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, go for it. I'll make a roll to see
You
how
just
many
see
get.
again, like he just pulls his spellbook out, puts it on the ground. I'll try and
Big
get us more of
black,
these.
heavy.
It's heavy.
Is
Spell
there
it.
anything
Lays it out on the ground.
anything anybody else would like to do while he's preparing
We
this?
should try and find an artifact for our friend. Is there anything that looks artifact? I mean, there's that last room. This room, keys busted. We could. I'm not going in that room.
I saw an anvil on the
The
way.
vials that they
That's not
grabbed,
an
are they all
artifact.
the same type of vial?
They all look identical to
Okay.
each other. Yep.
Did I slice a tentacle off before the killing blow?
Yeah, sure.
That could be an artifact.
I want to
you-
give it. I want to save it for the ship crew.
So I will say
Oh.
though that you will need to swim back out to do that though.
Oh.
Mostly because it
I can
got
get it
pulled
for you.
further and further out. But you
You go,
could
friend.
if you want to.
I will
Be
run.
tough to tell if we eat it for dinner tonight or if I.
I will run over the water and grab some. No, I can't.
I was like, holy shit!
Chris,
can
you
you
want
do
to come with me? We're gonna go look for an artifact.
Chrysanthemum.
Yeah, Chrysanthemum. Sorry.
it? You guys are going to look for it.
Yeah.
Where are you looking?
Yep. I mean, there's that last room. There's chests in that room. Maybe there's chests in the other room, but I also don't want to fight anything else.
Just while you guys are deciding, can I say, point me towards where the vials are? I'm gonna try to go get some.
I think we have that covered for the most
I
part.
should be able to get it.
We've already got. I got 3. How many did you get?
6.
We have 9 already. They seem to be the antidote.
There were the 4 people in the family, and I guess the 5 of us. 9. That's enough.
I don't need to take one. I'm confident.
What
If you grab any more, then sure. But
Still-
we probably want one for research purposes.
Are we just giving up on?
No, he
Hello
said he's
and-
casting.
I'm casting the unseen servant still,
Which-
but
Okay.
he still replies
I
back.
did a roll to see what he's able to.
As you mentioned, what about it's like frozen lips won't tell any tales. He just begins to keeps drawing the runes out on the ground.
I'm gonna take the keys from you and go back into that room.
Back into. Oh, okay.
I told him I'd bring it back, and I just in Elvish. Excuse me.
Yes.
Thank you, and I'll hold out the keys.
Oh yes, keys. Yes.
This is a weird request, but do you have any artifacts? Anything I can take back to show we were here?
Artifacts. What? Where?
I'm asking you. Do you have anything I can bring
No.
back?
Where? Take.
No, we don't have any. Sorry. Misunderstanding. I don't have. Thank you.
Yes.
Good luck.
Yes.
Okay. As I've handed it to him and look back, is there anything that looks
Terrified.
cool enough to take from here without?
I would say if you can make a sleight of hand check to see if you can swipe something off
That
of
was
the
quick.
last
17.
17, then you grab a little like wooden but like very nicely made with a couple of empty vials, but they're
It's like Aormaton.
they
files.
are like
Sure, good enough.
The shape of them is unlike anything.
I don't want to
you've
go in
seen.
another room that could have more
Yeah.
baddies, so this
Sure,
will have to do,
that's-
and I'll just close the door and be like, "Thank you."
He's still doing his thing.
I send the unseen servant out once the ritual finishes.
All right,
With asking it to just make as many trips as it wants back. and
So
forth.
how far can that thing go?
So the unseen servant, you can on each of my turns,
Mhm.
I can command the servant to move up to 15 feet and interact with an object.
Okay,
So
up to 15
I will
feet.
have
And
to
you
spend
could
like
take.
6 seconds.
So I will say.
to move. It's fairly slow.
So I did
If
a
you
roll.
if you command the servant to perform a task that would move it more than 60 feet away from you to spell it.
Okay, so I did a roll to see how many would float out within the time that you did, and it was a lot. So I'll
Makes
say
sense.
if
I mean,
you
it's being
take
pulled.
the speed at which it can move, unfortunately means they're going to keep drifting further and further out. That by the time it goes and gets back and
We
goes,
get
it can't
5.
get a lot of them. So I'm going to say you're able to get 2 more.
Yeah,
the
that's,
servant.
that's good. We
Yeah.
should be good.
I pocket 1,
Yeah, well.
preferably without
That's
anyone
fine.
noticing.
So we
Heaven,
have
vials in heaven.
So we have 10 vials. There's enough for the 2 sisters. the 4 people. And then there's 4 vials.
Do we need to give them to Tolkien?
I've told them I would help them. Yes, I plan on that. I will be sending enough files back for the family of 4 and the 2 people that we know, the 2 sisters.
I think the family of 4 makes sense. They did nothing wrong in this. They weren't caught up in it. They simply got caught up in this.
I am sending enough for the family of 4 and the 2 people that contracted this. They helped us more than enough in this, whatever this was. They deserve a chance of that.
It was their own selfish and greedy actions that brought this plague upon the town.
Yeah, and as you said, we've all done some shady things.
I haven't.
Not you. You're a golden child.
He's not so bad. Chrysanthemum.
So I will say, as this conversation is going on, I'm just putting a pause on it for a second. Is there anything else you want to do here, or are you going to start making your way back? Is that the...
It's probably too dangerous. This room's broken. I'm not going in the X.
Yeah, this
That
one, the
room
lock is broken. That one's
we
got
have
an
no
X.
idea what could be in there.
Can I take a last crack at unlocking that door?
This one?
The lock's busted.
Nah, the lock is busted. Yeah.
Okay.
It's got metal pieces.
The
shoved in.
lockpick broke, then 2 people jammed the thing further into it. It's fucked.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we head back. If you guys, if there's not enough for all of us plus the 6 that I've said, feel free to take the extra ones. I do not need it.
On
I'll
our
take
way
my
back,
chance.
I kind of want to hear what's behind this door.
If you want to go back here, as in you just want to listen, or you want to try to unlock it? Listen. You don't hear anything.
No?
No.
Can I unlock it?
You can try. Make these.
15.
Yep, that's enough. You click it.
2 more metal suits.
Oh, I just very quickly look.
Listen. 2 more chests with a bunch of shit on the ground.
1 sec, let me find where the thing is. So when you look inside, there are smashed stone tables littered all over the floor of the chamber. There are 2 stone chests built into the floor standing next to each other at the opposite wall. There's a door on the west that's inscribed with some draconic runes that none of you can read. And there's a large iron lever flipped into the up position on the wall next to the door.
Nope.
So, and there actually is another door. So there's 2 doors here. There's this one that has a lever, and there's this other one over here.
No, I'm not taking my chances in there.
Let's go home.
Let's go home.
All right. So for the sake of traveling back, we're not going to do the whole adventure thing. You guys,
I'll roll 18 times.
you guys already did the charting through it, and you were able to actually find it in a very small amount of time to get here. You guys are able to trace back your steps with relative ease. It goes mostly uneventful. So you guys actually make really good time because you were able to find the vault almost immediately once you got out into this range, and then coming back. So luckily you were able to keep the duration of this relatively short, and you knew that time was of the essence, and that you already had to take 9. You already take 9 days just to get out to Cerinlia, so you're feeling pretty good about the total amount of time that you've had here, and hopefully these can actually help out. So I'm gonna say that you don't really run into anything on the way back. You do get back to Cerinlia, and if you'd like, you can go to the buyer.
Please, yeah. So based on the ones we found, I don't know if you shared how many you have, but we have 9. I have 6 that I'm going to be passing through the portal.
I give out 1.
So we have 4 that people can take if they're concerned.
I mean, we can wait until we have symptoms.
Yeah, I'm
We
more
don't
than
need to.
more than happy not to partake right now, but I have 6 that I will go into his tent thing.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Oh yes. Hello.
Hi. It's been an eventful few days.
You're back.
We are.
It's been a couple of weeks now, I think, since you've been gone.
Seems a lot shorter than that, but Yes, we ended up finding what we believe is the cure.
Interesting.
We have enough vials here to help the patients that were dealing with this ailment.
May I ask where you found this?
I don't even know if I could say what it was. It was a vault. It was a old Aor structure far across the flat sheets.
You see, just when you start
sheets?
saying all this, you see a quiver float up beside him
Writing
and just
down.
start kind of like writing on a piece of paper over on the side.
Yeah.
Just kind of writing the things that you're saying. He's not writing,
Yeah.
but it is.
It was a long way across the thin sheets, and we were met with some foes. It was tough, but the do-gooders did good.
Well,
Sigmund actually hasn't even gone in to the.
That's fine.
just hanging around
Mostly
outside.
just speaking, whoever else comes in, you'll hear this. But you'll mention, I've actually heard from Elro in your absence. He filled me in on the situation. It appears as of right now, no one else has contracted this disease, which is good. But I am able to help transport these back if they are in fact the cure, and I will be able to pay on behalf of Elro.
There was a family of 4, and even if they haven't shown symptoms, they're young kids.
I believe all 4 of them have started exhibiting the symptoms at this
These
point.
4 are for them, and I'll hand them 4.
Mhm.
Then I'll take the other 2 that I was holding on to. These are for the 2 dwarf
He
sisters.
grabs a
Yeah.
little container and starts placing
These are
them.
for the 2
in
dwarf
it.
sisters. You can tell
Sure.
Elron, great. He can do with them what he wants. They were involved in this to some regard, but they deserve a chance at living.
Sure.
I'll hand him that, and then I will take. I don't know if I'm holding on to the 9 or 10 we had, but I'll take 1. This would be mine. I'm assuming. You can send this with it to see if you can do any research to figure out what it is.
Sure. And he just like
No,
pulls
just
out a little
Give
card.
the other ones out.
Pulls out a quill, another quill. There's the other quill still writing, by the way.
Yeah.
And he just is writing down pretty much what you're saying, and you can get the idea, he's gonna put it in with the container. Anything else I should make note of before sending this on its way?
Sigmund steps inside. The Olio, she still has some of the
That is
poison,
true.
the Bridget Bow.
It's in a chest.
It's built into a chest as a trap. Tell Elro to deal with that.
Please. It's very
Good
important
to
that he
know.
does.
It's at the bottom of the Croaker's cave.
Yeah, at the back of the Croaker's cave.
He
I'm
takes
sure
note of it.
if you bring in Vile, she'd be more than happy to help.
Just feed the frog.
He just closes the container, places the note with a little sign on it just indicating for Elro, and you see him go over to the stone chest and he opens it up and places the container inside. It closes
Cool.
the chest and it starts to glow for a sec, and you just hear like, and then he just steps away. Says, now, did you find any other relics?
There wasn't a lot. There was a lot of rubble and destruction, but I did manage to find this. I'll pull out the little cool thing I found from it was from some sort of laboratory. There was actually something or someone working down there.
He just kind of channels something for a second.
It might not be
It's
worth a lot, or it might not be
Fairly
magical.
well crafted.
It looks cool.
There's no magical properties of it, but it looks nice. I'll give you
1,000 gold.
I'll give you 10 gold for it.
It's better than nothing.
Sure. He walks over to a table and pulls out and gives you a stack.
I will count them.
And he walks over to, you can't really see it because of the angle that it's at, but there's a shelf kind of like the way that it's positioned, you can't really see it unless you walk around to the side of where it is, and he just kind of places it up on the shelf.
Mr. Buyer, is
yes.
there are there any other boat routes out of here other than the village?
Well, the boat from the village will be here in a week's time, perhaps, the next boat going back to Palebank. There is another boat that goes. I don't even know where the other boat goes. Somewhere else in the world that I'm not going to look up right now. That is.
I want to go there.
Yeah.
Sigmund, what do you say we go there?
I'm waiting for my payment from the Remoraz, and then I'm gonna stay here. I don't think I'm cut out for this traveling thing.
When you say that, he says, "Oh, I have the coin for you. I have the coin for all of you." And he goes over and just grabs another little side bag. It's got enough currency in there. This is your payment from Elro. And he hands that to all of you.
Takes the money.
Yeah.
How much? It was 200, right?
40.
It was 200.
So 40 each plus the 2 from the little thing we
Was it
sold.
200
So
total?
200 total.
Yeah, 42 gold total because I'm going to split what we got from that little thing. Okay.
And I will say that is the end of where we're this adventure and where we're going to call it. You will all reach level 3. That will matter more upon the next adventure.
Continue it because this was fun.
That we choose to do.
Do more.
These obviously ran pretty long, but it's the first one that we've done
Yeah,
here.
it's
Kind of
still
getting
good.
How much
into
gold
the
did
swing
you
of things.
have before you added the 42?
I had 10. I started with 10.
Okay, do you want to roll to see who got each other's gold?
Sure.
So we do 3 rolls.
Okay.
I
The
think I'll travel
total
with you
wins.
back to Utherden.
All right.
The
Because I don't know
total.
what
We
the fuck I'm
we
doing.
we roll
Anytime
3
I have a
times,
dream.
Okay.
and then we sum it up,
Oh, okay.
and then the higher number wins.
Okay.
All right.
7.
7, 3.
6. No, 9.
Oh shit!
Just winning.
3.
I think I got it.
What'd you roll?
Wait, 7, 3. No, I had 19. Wait, no, that's a lot. You have a lot more. Never
Yeah, I got 21.
Okay.
All right,
So you
Elder
had?
won the dark game. Thank you for
Before the
watching this.
42.
And yeah, hopefully you'll come
wait,
check
how
out
much-
our live
how
videos, and
are
hopefully
we?
we
How
can
much I
upload
owe?
more of these kinds of things in
Yeah.
the future. Thanks all.
Bye. Thanks. Good job, Derek.
Yeah, good job.